katona jang kotenge pour que live coverage nyate wala mu election membe keren bi comme alialo nyamin gambinol bi rakam pour que carte fay pour que mol tombo mi ko wala be kala nyaton kolti area council to aning municipality wala mu Banjul aning KM comme nga fale nyamin mo 29 wala be lokam pour que carte nyini pour que pour que ñu dulal nyaton ko ya bidung mutna ko tenge QTV comme nga fale nyamin na kibata be Gambia beto pour que je fengo fen kete ya Natalia from Karton to koina pour que wakibaro bi Natalia jang assalamu alaikum mbokk nga mi ina ngi setan QTV ak nga ñu ngi déglu Q radio ak nga ñu ngi topa ci social media bi li nga ne mo nekk Facebook ak YouTube di leen dalal rek la wone bismillah del ci wat ni fi pour indi leen li nga xam ne mo nekk live coverage of election bu wara am tay comme non ko xamé rek tay Gambia ñu ngi dem pour sani carte pour tan ñi nga xam ne ñoo wara jité li nga xam ne mo nekk area council ci ak municipality comme ni ma leen ko waxee rek am nañ suñu taskat xibaar yi ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi fu ne from Koina be Kartong pour indi leen lépp loo xam ne mu ngi faa xewee comme ni ngeen ko xamee rek QTV first private TV station and then lépp lu ñuy def rek dañ ko def si anam boo xam ne ñëpp nañ si content mu waratee ñu del si waat fii nii pour indi leen lépp loo xam ne mu ngi xew si across the polling station pour indi leen nit yi naka lañ nekk di génnee pour sànni seen carte parce que seen warugal la pour ngeen génn sànni seen carte comme ni ma leen ko waxee rek lu dem ba 29 candidates ñoo nekk di jongante pour ut li nga xam ne moo nekk togo bi nga ne pour nekk chairman area council si wala municipality si so tey nag loolu moo nekk di am fii nii fii ci Gambia musidɗan wonɓe ndaara QTV wonɓe heɗade Q radio te wonɓe wonde follow Facebook e YouTube QTV Gambia min mbi garti kala pour gamon bisimilla ɗo ɗo QTV min ari pour adande mo ganduɗa ko ɗum woni live coverage o ganduɗa ko ɗum woni élection hannde o comme ane ɗon rek gambe naɓe heɓe yaltide pour ɓe préo carte pour ɓe cuɓo mo ganduɗa ko ɓe gonta chairman area council oji ɗi he mayor so ganduɗa ko woni municipality woni Banjul e KM comme ane ɗon rek hannde min garti kadi ɗo wonɗo joni ƴeɓti amen kibaruji hiɓe bila koyna ha Kartong pour adande mo ganduɗa ko ɗum woni hewde to polling station aji to comme no inni min rek ko yata yimɓe nogas e jeenayo woni he darade pour ɗaɓude o ganduɗa ko ɗum woni sergaji pour wonde chairman area council te municipality ɗum woni Banjul KM Brikama Mansa kon ko Kerewan Janjambure Kuntawur he Basse area councils. Well, like viewers, like I said, I mean, I'm joined in the studio by my colleague, Mr. Modumbo. Mr. Moj, good to have you.
I'm glad to be here, Leo.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, election day, very crucial. So much interest has been built up as far as this election is concerned.
Well, absolutely. I think you mentioned there that we've got, what, 29
candidates
vying for 8 positions. Yeah. The last time I spoke to Dr. Ismail Assiste, we talked about how you've got so much interest, you know. People are coming into politics. To him, this is like reason to celebrate. I suppose one can look at it that way. But here we are. We've come to the end of the cycle,
exactly,
as it were.
Yeah.
What is at stake? Well, I suppose one can ask today.
Yeah.
What do we hope to see? Talking about excitement, how, where, what is particularly generating the excitement?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, it's been quite interesting. I mean, during the campaign period, we've seen the amount of energy, time, and resources being spent on canvassing votes. What is important, like you said, I mean, we will also be getting updates from the Independent Electoral Commission office on regarding, I mean, the voting process, the opening of polling stations, as well as even at the closure of pollings and then counting. As you know, the counting is on the spot. But generally, what's your impression about the whole campaign period? I mean, I know you've been following, I mean, some of the utterances, I mean, social media here and there, people competing in terms of, you know, the crowd they are able to pull, and each of the candidates saying, I'm the right person.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, haven't been to any of their rallies to actually listen to them, but I've been following the news and getting some feedback from social media, which appears, well, not appears, it's been crackling with all sorts of opinions, claims and counter-claims, the good, the bad, the ugly, the outrageous, and the like. And 2 points, though, sort of emerged quite interestingly. I heard one person saying that was going to vote for a particular person in this election. And we say, why? Say, oh, when I was a kid, the person did some very wonderful things for me. I said, nah, that's an interesting one. So I heard another one who said, oh, I love this person's wife, so I'm going to have to vote for him. So it's a quite fascinating thing.
Exactly.
So you're seeing all sorts of reasons why we are following particular candidates. Everything except the political reason. It's a very fascinating area in itself, and it's worth a study. So this is it. All of this talk, luckily for us, today, it all stops. Now we talk with our feet. You have to go and vote. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Indeed, we will see what happened. It's more like a two-horse race between the National People's Party and the United Democratic Party.
Particularly in the metropole, Banjul, KM, Brikama. We've seen, I mean, the president, NPP,
even in Karawan, Mansa Konko, Basay.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's just that the metropole tends to occupy this outsized position, as it were, in the discourse, in the political discourse. But this is it. Everybody's looking forward to this. I mean, the tussle, can you imagine, in KMC? Talib, the incumbent, popular, everybody knows that. And then you have the challenger, Bakari, the minister, also popular, amongst the youth and the like. And the minister had to take leave from the ministry to go and contest this. I mean, it tells you the premium the NPP they've put on this one. So, absolutely fascinating battles ahead. Will be decided today. I mean, the same thing.
We've had a countdown to the election today where we invited candidates, to talk about their policies and programs. I mean, from what you have heard from them, do you think they really understand what the issues are?
That's a tricky one. Certainly, sometimes hearing them speak, you tend to feel that perhaps they do not understand what is really on the ground, as it were. But they feel that it is election. You have to promise all sorts of things. Of course, when they come in, then they'll see the reality that it isn't like that at all. Their resources are really so scant. And the electorate voters expect so much from them. So obviously, they tend to overpromise. We all know that. And to some extent, it contributes to the cynicism of politics, because once you get into power, you can never deliver what you promised. Then everybody, it enforces what you think is, oh, look at them. They only promise, they cannot deliver. So yes, there is that element of over-promising and the like. When we know that really you have very limited resources, maybe we will come to that later.
I mean, as people head out to vote, in your case, if you were to vote today, what will you be voting based on?
You see, this is the key. People will go out to vote based on all number of reasons. Of course, certain people, the educated, will think that you should look at their manifesto, apply your rational faculties, to the person's history, the antecedents, what has he done, to me, look at the sort of relevant, what we call relevant factors in deciding who to vote for. But you realize that here we are dealing with the whole population, just as what these people told me. One of them, because this person was nice to me when I was younger. Never mind what the political program is. And the other one, well, because I like the wife. The wife is so beautiful, so I'm going to vote for him. You see, that sort of thing. There's really nothing that anybody can do. How wider society behaves is a function of culture, education, and experience, history. Let's put that one aside. That is not it yet. So, for me, what I'm worried about now is not their motivations for voting. I wouldn't know that. I cannot control it. It's that, are my institutions and processes working? This is really what democracy is about. It's not about getting the right candidate. No. It's about participation. Full stop. Whether you get the right candidate, people vote in the right candidate, depends on all sorts of reasons. So now, the polling booths well put together, the officials well trained. Are you doing your job well? Are you free and fair? The police, you are on standby, and you'll be even-handed. You cannot favor any party. All these institutions and processes, are they working properly? then I'm done. That's really what democracy is about. People will vote for all sorts of reasons.
It's interesting. That's Modu Much. I mean, we have 1,554 polling stations across the country. In Banjul, we have 36 polling stations. In Basse, we have 198 polling stations. In Brikama, of course, the powerhouse of Gambian politics, we have 533 polling stations. In Janjambure, we have 212. Kanifin, we have 276. Kerawan, we have 196. And Mansakongo, 103 polling stations. I mean, because of the interest that we have seen, are you foreseeing a better turnout this time compared to the councillors' election?
Well, I hope that we'll get at least a better turnout, better than that we had then. That was about 25% or so.
But with the IEC later denied to say the actual turnout was 41% according to the Director of Communications at the Independent Electoral Commission. They said the turnout, the total votes cast was 395,468, which according to them represents
240 whatever.
Yeah. This was clarified by Pamakan on the countdown.
Okay, if that is the case, then we're fine. There's a marginal, it's still low. I think the National Assembly elections, we had 51% turnout, and the presidential 89%. But fine, one tends to see this pattern. Perhaps presidential much higher, National Assembly next in line in the middle, and councillors and mayors and chairmanship elections is much lower. Well, fine. We hope that we'll get something better. One just never knows, you know what I mean? You get so much talk, generate so much heat in social media, but again, as we said, on the final day, you talk with your feet. Not many people really can do that in many ways. They're just better with the yapping. So we'll see what happens. One hopes that certainly we'll have a higher turnout than the 41%. I'm certainly.
Well, viewers, you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and for those following on Q Radio 103.3, and those, of course, people in the diaspora who are also watching on Facebook and YouTube at QTV Gambia. This is QTV. We bring you live coverage of the election. Like I told you, I mean, today Gambians are voting, I mean, for their area council chairman and, of course, mayors for Banjul and KM. We'll just try to give you a brief rundown of the candidates and who they are, because it's important that viewers and listeners also know who actually these candidates are. We'll start in Banjul. I mean, Rohi Malik Low, who is the incumbent and, of course, contesting under the United Democratic Party. Rohi Low was born on 19 December 1971 in Banjul. She was elected in 2018, of course, as the first female mayor in the Gambia. Her father, Alaji Malik Low, was also a mayor of Banjul from 1981 to 1983. She studied international relations at the University of Falun in Sweden. She is the current Rafaela Africa president, and she was named the African Mayor of the Month, April 2021, by the United States of Local Government. Ibu Faye, National People's Party. Ibu Faye was born at 8 Spalding Street in Banjul in 1967. Sports enthusiast, as many will know. I mean, he has played football at school, National League, and semi-professional in Norway. He coached GPA to promotion from 3rd Division to 2nd Division. He also coached in the 1st Division. He is currently Secretary General of the Banjul United, a CAF General Coordinator and General Manager of Independence Stadium and Friendship Hostel. He graduated from the South Bank University in England with a master's degree in development studies. By the way, Ibu Faye is also the current 2nd Vice President of the Gambia Football Federation. That's a brief profile of these two candidates in Banjul. And in Kanifing, we have Talib Ahmed Bensouda. He was born in 1986, young man. He was elected mayor in 2018 under the United Democratic Party. He attended Marina International School, where he graduated in 2003. Talib later moved to Hamilton, Canada, where he studied for a college diploma, and then to the city of Mississauga, where he enrolled in the University of Toronto to earn his Bachelor's of Arts in Economics and Communication Technology in 2007. In 2009, Talib worked in stint as an insurance salesperson with Gripa Insurance and later joined a junk collection company as a sales lead, where he sold recycles to the Toronto Municipal Waste Management Company. In 2010, Mr. Bensouda returned home to Gambia and worked for Takaful Gambia Insurance and Islamic Insurance Company as a marketing manager. And like I said, in 2018, the businessman turned politician, was elected mayor of Kanifing municipality. Bakary Badji, National People's Party. I mean, as you know, he was and still the Minister of Youth and Sports of the Gambia. He was born in Serekunda, Bartes, and grew up at Ibo Town. Bakary did his high schooling at Nusra Senior Secondary School. In 2002, he completed an A-level law certificate at the Gambia Technical Training Institute, now called USET University. In 2003, Bakary did an organization management course at the MDI. From 2004 to 2005, he took part in a one-year World Bank leadership program, earning him a certificate in leadership development. In pursuit for higher education, Bakary enrolled in the 2 years Commonwealth Youth Program offered by the University of Ghana and graduated in 2009 with a diploma in youth development work. In 2008, as a youth leader of KM Youths and a member of the National Youth Parliament, Bakary was nominated to serve in council as youth councillor. During his five-year term, he chaired the Finance and Audit Committee of the KMC. He also served in the council's committees such as Market and Environment, Youth and Sports, Women and Children. He contested in the 2018 mayoral election as an independent candidate, but lost to the incumbent Talib Ahmed Bensouda. In September 2020, President Barrow appointed Badji as the Gambia's Minister of Youth and Sports. We now look at Brikama Area Council. We're looking at the key candidates here. Sidi Cisse, National People's Party. Well, born in Brufut, West Coast region, CD attended Brufut Primary, Muslim High School, and the Gambia College. He attended media training in Ghana, Ghana's University of Legon. He holds BSc in Social Science and Media, higher diploma from a police academy, worked as a teacher, CEO Gamcare, journalist with Freedom newspaper, police officer in UK, businessman, and he's the CEO of Coastal Security Limited and Coastal Enterprise. Yankuba Dabo, United Democratic Party, West Coast region. Yankuba was born at Kaputa in the West Coast region. He's a UK-trained human rights lawyer and very popular youth activist. He was part of the those that organized the 3 years Jotna, asking for the president to step down in light of the promise that he gave when he was seeking power in 2016. For many, he is a mentor and development-oriented young man. Ahmed Jite, independent candidate, born in Kiti, West Coast region. He did his high school at Nusrat, where he served as head boy between 2008 and 2009. After graduation, he joined GRTS as a reporter. He was later awarded a scholarship to study computer science at Carleton University in Canada. He has a foundation that supports the needy. He worked as a data analyst with the Canadian Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, which facilitates the arrival of immigrants and provides protection to refugees, among others. He was also a member of the National People's Party before contesting as an independent candidate. Kerewan Area Council, Malamin I.L. Bojang, incumbent chairman of the Kerewan Area Council under the United Democratic Party. Born in Bunyadu village, Lower Nyomi in 1964. He attended Branding Primary School, Branding Technical Senior Secondary School before proceeding to Gambia College. He taught in Bansang and Pakaun Jogo as an unqualified and qualified teacher respectively. Headmaster at Kercherno Primary School and Kermama Primary School respectively. He also served as principal at Kerpati Basic Cycle School. He holds BSc in Education from the University of the Gambia, Masters in Sector Management from Ghana, Education Officer. He has also served as Education Officer at Regional Education Directorate, Region 3. He also holds a diploma certificate from the International Institute for Education Planning and Development in Paris, France. That's Malamin I.L. Bojang. Papa Tunkara, National People's Party, contesting under the Kerewan Area Council for National People's Party, born and brought up in Farafene. He attended Farafene Primary, Middle and Junior School. He proceeded to MDI, where he backed his diploma in Business Management and ICT from MDI. He served as a councillor for Farafene Ward for the past 4 years at the Kerewan Area Council, during which he was also the chairman of the Finance Subcommittee. That's Papa Tunkara. And Mansa Congo Area Council, Kebadem, National People's Party. Kebadem attended Dongoroba Primary School and Sifo Primary School, where he was the head boy and assistant head boy respectively. He enrolled in the Gambia High School, where he gained GCO O levels. He later enrolled at the Gambia Hotel School for a front office technology course, diploma level from 1992 to 1994. He picked up a job as a receptionist at Physical Therapy Center at Kairaba Beach Hotel in 1994, where he rose to become general manager until 2008, when he acquired the center and became the chief executive officer. In 2007, the National People's Party's candidate enrolled at the Management Development Institute, MDI, for a diploma in management before pursuing a higher diploma in management at the same institute. Kebadem holds a BSc in management in 2016. Landing Bisane, United Democratic Party and incumbent chairman of the Masakongo Area Council. Landing was born on 15 December 1973 at Kiang Jataba in the Lower River region. He attended Brikama Secondary Technical. He attended Brikama Secondary Technical and later proceeded to St. Peter's Technical High School, where he graduated in 1994. In 1995, Landing was recruited as a clerk at Department of Lands and Survey. In 1998, he was appointed assistant records clerk. In 1998, he was appointed assistant records clerk by the National Records Services. In 2002, he was recruited as a youth assistant at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, where he rose to the ranks of General Manager, National Enterprise Development Initiative, which is NEDI. He was elected chairman of the Massaconge Area Council in 2018. He is also the current chairman of the Gambia Association of Local Government Authorities, which is GALGA. That is briefly for Landing Bisan, who is the incumbent chairman of Massaconge Area Council seeking re-election. We now head to Kuntaur Area Council. Sehu Jawara, incumbent National People's Party seeking re-election. He was elected in 2018 on the GDC cross-capital NPP, and NPP has minted him to seek a second mandate. Well, Sehu Jawara is the incumbent chairman of the Kuntaur Area Council, like I mentioned. He was born in Kaur, Wharf Town on October 30th, 1982. He attended Kaur Primary, Junior, and Senior School. He graduated in 2002, and in the same year, he joined the judiciary for 16 years before joining the council as chairman. During his time at the judiciary, he did a A-level diploma in law at GTTI. That is Sehu Jawara. Alaji SB Sila, United Democratic Party, contesting for Kuntaur Area Council. He was born in June 4th, 1954 in Kuntaur, Wharf Town. Attended Bansang Primary and Junior School. He proceeded to Gambia College, where he studied general agriculture. As an agriculturalist, Silla obtained a certificate in cutting and fiber classification and verification. He founded Silla Kunda and Family Company, which is into well and borehole drilling. In 2018, he was elected to the National Assembly for Nyani constituency under the United Democratic Party. Janjambure Area Council, Suleiman Sawane, National People's Party, born on August 7, 1961 in Nyamina Pinyai. He attended Dankungu Primary, Kaur Junior, and then to Yundum College. He served as a teacher before joining the Custom Department in 1984 until 2007, when there was an amalgamation of the Customs and Income Tax to form the GRA. He was the head of Customs at Andalai border before retiring in August 2021. During his time at Customs, he did courses on higher national professional diploma in revenue assurance management in UK. He also did several professional courses in the US and Ghana. Sawane has also served for 2 years, that's between 2006 and 2008, in Darfur as UN police advisor. Malik Sow, United Democratic Party, seeking to head the Janjambure Area Council. Malik Sow was born on June 5th, 1988 in Nana Village in Nyamina West in the Central River region. He attended Jaring Primary, Sukuta Junior, and Armitage High School. He obtained basic and diploma certificate in computer skills. He backed diploma in diplomacy and international relations from the Management Development Institute, MDI. That's Malik Sow. Basse Area Council. We look at Muhammadu Sise, National People's Party, who is seeking to dislodge the incumbent for the Danjo. Muhammadu Sise was born at Diabogo Bataba in the Upper River region. He has a leadership degree in sports, finance, and community organization. He was a Tostan facilitator. He served as regional chairperson for Activista Gambia and regional focal person for WANEP. He has served as regional chairperson of the URR Regional Youth Committee. He is the current operations manager for JFIN provincial branches. For the Danjo, the incumbent chairman of the Basse Area Council, Fode Danjo was born on 15 February 1974 in Basse Kobakunda. He attended Kobakunda Primary School, St. George's, and Nasir High School, where he graduated in 1993. He got a certificate in insurance and also has a diploma in IT and, of course, postgraduate diploma in public administration. That is the biography of some of the key candidates who are contesting in this election. Mr. Much, I mean, hearing me reading out a brief bio of these candidates, what does it tell about them?
Experience? Yes, they've gone on to tertiary education, a good number of them. And yes, there is some experience there. There's no denying that. So, and that is really what we need. But again, to go into these offices, really, and perform. Yeah. You see, here, you've got the incumbents. Yeah. You've got the incumbents, fine. And people can judge their record. I'm sure you'll have different opinions on them. Some will say good, others will say bad, fine. But public service, it's really very difficult. Look at administration.
Let's now head to the IC head office where my colleague Ansumana Esonyasi is there at the moment. So could you just kindly give us a general overview of what is happening at the IC office?
Good morning, Aliu, and to Mr. Mboj, and of course to our audience. So, I mean, this is election house where all will be happening tonight. So, for now, it's all calm and very quiet. Really not much activity happening here. To my left is the tent where the elections will be declared by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Alhaji Aliu Mamad Jai, and the senior officials of the Independent Electoral Commission would be here as well to assist him in doing that. Very briefly, the Commission is expected to brief the media on a number of issues, all regarding today's election, including the opening of polls. Voting is already on, as we know. They will also brief the media later in the day on, the process of voting, and then also the close of polls later in the evening, as well as the counting of votes and eventually the declaration of election results. We would be going in a few minutes, and hopefully we'll link with you again to bring you live images of that brief media briefing. But for now, I mean, not much is really happening here. I think much of the activities are happening around the polling stations across the country.
So ci lu gàtt rek mën nga wax ñi nga ñu ngi seetaan ak ñam ñu ngi déglu Q Radio fan nga nekk ci jamono bi ni ak lan moo fa nekk di xew.
jërëjëf Aliou maa ngi nii ci IEC seen makaan bu mag bi nga xamante ne mooy seen headquarters bi nekk fii ci Kanifing néeg bi ngeen a gis nii nag suma gannaaw mooy ci ni nga xam ne ñooy seetaan ci télé bi mooy IEC headquarters bi fii ci Kanifing jamono ji nag lu bari nekku di xew fii ndax nit ñi bari wuñ fi gannaaw ñi nga xamante ne ñooy way takku der yi mooy sécurité bi ak ñi liggéeyal IEC nag mooy kuréel bi nga xamante ne ñoo saytoo nag wàllum sànni karta fii ci réew mi ci suma càmmoñ mooy tent bi nga xamante wala mbaar bi nga xamante ne kii jiite IEC ak ay ñoñam fa la ñoo toog tey pour daal di fësal results yi nga xamante ne la ñoo jox askan gi tey ci élection bi nga xam ne lañ ne ci lu yàggut it ñu ngi séntu ne dinañu am waxtaan buñ ci xew taskati xibaar yi indi yaatal ci lépp loo xam ne mooy xew tey li ci mel ni tàmbali bi nga xamante ne nit ñi tàmbalee nañ ko sànni karta naka noonu yi tamit tëj bi nga xamante ne dinañ ko def ci polling station si mooy jeexantalu sànni karta bi ñëw ba ci compte bi ak tamit fësal lépp loo xamante ne ñi taxaw pour xëccoo nag yi la place am nañ ko ci bési tey jii kon ci gàttal lii moo fi nekk di xew te ñu ngi séntu ne ci lu bañ a yàgg dinañ dugg ci biir dem waxtaan ak ñi nga xamante ne ñoo saytoo wàllum sànni karta fii ci biir réew mi.
waaw soo fa jógee xanaa fa nga jublu nag am naa tey ba mu war la.
su ma fi jógee Aliou maa ngi dem pipeline. pour dem fekke ji ki nga xamante ne mooy incumbent mayor bu KMC di Talib Ahmed Bensouda sànnem karta naka noonu tamit suñu ko waxtu mayee njiiti parti UDP fu moo sànnee karta dinañu jéem gis ne dem nañ foofu. fekkee sànneem kartaam waxtaan tamit ak lii di askani réew Gambia ndax bés bu am solo ci réew mi kon suñ jógee IEC fii nañ dem pipeline fekkee Talib Bensouda fu moo voté naka noonu tamit lawyer Ousainou Darboe His Excellency fu moo sànnee karta yi tamit dinañ fa dem teew incha allah.
Jërëjëf Ansumana Esonyasi, and stay safe out there as you bring us up to speed what's been happening out in the field. That's my colleague Ansumana Esonyasi. They are giving us an update from the Independent Electoral Commission headquarters on the Batlading Highway. I mean, we will now go with a video sent by our colleague Loli M. Kamara from Bakote earlier this morning as polling, as you have heard from my colleague Ansumana Esonyasi, voting is in progress. Let's now take a watch of this video.
I'm currently at the Back Hotel Lower Basic School where voting is currently underway, and actually it started at 8 o'clock because I've been here almost 7:45, and I've already witnessed the process, the setup and everything, and so far voters are coming in their numbers to cast their vote. And before actually starting the votes, the security had ensured that he shared few words with the electorates to ensure that whoever votes could quickly leave the premises of the voting center to avoid any chaos. As we wait for Pamodumbo to get into the place, we will ensure that we talk to a few people as well to ask them their opinions and also to ask them the importance of elections and what they expect from their candidates if they're elected into office. So far, we've talked to a few people and they've shared with us what they really want. Out of the many that we spoke to, some said they need the backwater dump site to be taken care of. As we go, we'll be filing more stories, inshallah, but currently we're witnessing the voting.
So, antitedi fefana la sami karta naka nga gisee process bi
lifin na dem na ci yoon ñun ñëpp teel nañoo ñëw te dañ rang ni toppante amul benn wax ku sànni rek génn dem sa yoon waaw ñun ba côté li suñ problème mooy di dumping site bi nekk fii loolu gëte nañu lool yoon wi xanaa fii de rose si suñu ko defaree itam loolu baax na loolu lañ lifin nañ leen mu ñu sànni ñu xam ne lii dafa jeex te ñun ñëpp a fi dëkk ñun ñëpp benn lañ.
Sehu Yaya Jallow. maa ngi voté Bakote Estate. soo gisee ñu génn te am nañ yaakaar ne suñ candidate bi honorable Bakary Badji insha allahu rabbi dina win.
Adama Dieng.
tey sànni nga karta sa candidate bi su wiinee lan nga foog ne loolu la war a gën a
dafa war a toppatoo affaire mbalit bi ak suñu fi ne mbalit bi ni fii sonal nañu trop. képp ku ci sànni karta rek dama toppatoo di sa soxla ñu ñaan jàmm rek la ñu ñaan ci réew mi.
This morning, filed in by my colleague Loli M. Kamara. As you have heard from her, that's where the independent candidate Pamodumbo will be filing in, will be voting, and then she will bring us up to speed as to what's been happening in Bakote. Well, just to give you a rundown, a breakdown of the number of voters across the country. Like I said, I mean, as at the last presidential election, we have 962,157 registered voters by the Independent Electoral Commission. Of that figure, in Banjul, we have 21,372 registered voters, of which 47.5 are male, representing 10,148, and of course, 52.5% female, representing 11,224. In Kanifing, we have 179,800 registered voters, of which 45.6 are female, representing 82,059 votes, while 54.4% are female, representing 97,741%. In Brikama, we have 359,451 registered voters, 43.7% representing male, which is 157,086 registered voters, while 56.3% represent women who register, which is 202,365 registered voters. And in Kerawan, we have 109,262 registered voters, 43.2% of which are male, representing 47,216 registered voters, while 56.8% are female, representing 62,046 voters. In Mansa Congo, we have 54,456 registered voters, of which 45.1% representing male, which is 24,576 registered voters, while 54.9% representing female registered voters, which is 29,880 registered voters. In Janjambure, We have 119,606 registered voters, and when you talk about Janjanbureh here, is combined is both Janjanbureh area council and Kuntawur area council, because it's all in Central River region. I mean, in that we have 42.4% representing male registered voters, which is 50,729 voters, while 57.6% represent the number of female that were registered, which is 68,877 voters. And in Basse administrative area, which is Basse area council, we have 118,210 registered voters. 38.1% of that figure are male, which is 45,025 voters, and then 61.9% of this figure are female, which is 73,185 registered voters. So in total, I mean, the number of men that were registered or male that were registered is 416,839 voters, while 545,318 female registered voters. I understand my colleague Modu Gajaga has sent in another video from Brikama. As you know, Gajaga is covering Brikama. He will be covering the voting of the candidates there, Yankuba Dabo at Kafuta, Jaina Baba at Brikama Newtown Mosque, and of course Ahmad Gite at Gite. Let's take a watch of this video sent in by my colleague Modu Gajaga.
I am Jibril Fati, ARO for Marrakech Ward and Brikama South.
Tell us about the conduct of the election. The polls opened about an hour ago now.
Exactly.
What have you seen so far?
Yeah, so far what I have seen, I'm just from checking of all my areas. Thanks to Allah, here is the final one, that is Brikama Medina. And I am very impressed the way I found my staffs conducting this election. Yeah.
In terms of issues, everything is going on
No,
smoothly?
as for now, I didn't meet any issue on the ground. Everything is going smooth and fine. The only issue for now, or that one is an observation point, people are not yet coming, but perhaps before, in time to come, we will have a lot of people in.
Okay.
Well, that's my colleague there, Modu Gajaga, speaking to the IEC officials in Brikama, where he is currently touring the region to bring us up to speed as to what is happening in Brikama. Mr. Mbuch, I mean, you have heard from Ansumana, from the IEC office, Gajaga, Loli, they have all filed in quite beautiful videos about what's been happening there. The turnout seems to be very positive this morning.
Maybe it's a bit early to say, but
yeah, that's why I said this morning. Yes. So far, what we have seen, it looks good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So maybe the prospects will look good.
Yeah.
So that's it. And we heard from Nyasi saying that we'll be having periodic updates from the IEC. That is quite interesting, and everything going smoothly, it seems. And this is exactly what we want, how we expect it to be. So now we just hope that more people will get up and bother to go and vote. Absolutely, peacefully, of course. And I think when you look at the campaign, it's been reasonably peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the warrior language, really, that's the stuff was on social media, which is easy to do. So it's nice. That's it. That's how it should be. Peaceful.
I was just going through the figures. I mean, looking at the number of registered voters. I mean, we have 545,318 registered voters, women, but we have only 2 candidates.
Oh yes. Yeah. I mean, we've been mourning, complaining about this for God knows how long, and nobody wants to take a proactive step. It would have been interesting to see political parties saying that, okay, we're going to put up this percentage of female candidates, to really go out for the cause. But you're not seeing that at all, and that is true. There are so many reasons why, we haven't got that many women in our politics. That is really unfortunate, I have to say, really.
Thank you very much, Mr. Modumboch. Well, viewers, you remember that you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV. It is approaching 10 a.m. here in Banjul, and from wherever you're watching us from or listening us on Q Radio, I mean, you're watching the Gambia's first private TV station, QTV. My name is Aliou Cisse, and I'm here with Modumboch. And like I said, I mean, it is election day here in the Gambia as Gambians head to the polls to vote in the second phase of the local government elections, which is the chairman of the area councils and the mayors for the municipalities. I mean, we have our reporters across the country to bring us up to speed, I mean, in the regions, we have Don Williams in North Bank region, we have Bakari Bande in Mansakonko, Ibrahima Jallo is in Janjambore, and Alaji A.F. Jallo is in Basse. In the combos here, I mean, my colleagues are Jude Njai, Ansumani Esonyasi, Jenaba Sonko, Modu Gajaga, I mean, Lamin Funding Dabo, I mean, and the rest are all out in the field. Ibrahima Bande to bring us up to speed as to what is happening across the polling stations. Like I said, I mean, we have 1,554 polling stations across the country as candidates, 29 candidates contest, I mean, for these 8 area councils across the country. I mean, the National People's Party is putting up 8 candidates across all the area councils, same as the United Democratic Party, the leading opposition party in the country, is also putting up 8 candidates. I mean, PDOIS 1 candidate. I mean, GDC 1 candidate. Independent candidates are also have also been put up to contest in this election, which makes it quite interesting. I mean, Ms. Tambuch, I mean, when you look back at the recent councillors elections, the outcome and these elections, what is there? What do you think is at stake as far as this election is concerned?
Oh, this one, it's easy. Can UDP hang on? That's essentially it. Because when you look at this whole cycle, as we call it, from, you can say, 2021 to 2023, 2021, that was the presidential election. We saw what happened, the margin of victory of the Barrow over Dabo. Yeah. That's one element. Now we move on to the National Assembly. We saw what happened from 31 National Assembly members to 15, something like that. Even when we move on to the councillors as well, from 62, then it moved down to 44 or 45. So you've seen, when you look at what I call the graphs of fortune, you can see Barrow and NPP going up, the graph is going up, whereas you can see with UDP, it appears to be sliding down. So if what we saw in the National Assembly, presidential and councillor, a similar trend, then one should expect UDP out of, right now they've got what, 7? Yeah. They should lose, I don't know, 30%? Well,
it's going to be interesting.
No, I'm just following the pattern.
Exactly, because when
already.
you look at the last councillors election, we saw NPP won 53 wards, UDP 44, APRC 5, GDC 5, NRP 4, PDIS 1, Independent 8. But when you look at West Coast, Banjul, KM, I mean, we saw in the parliamentary election, I mean, NPP lost both in Banjul and KM, won only 1 seat in West Coast region. When you come to the councillors elections, we saw NPP in Banjul, they swept Banjul, winning 7 wards, where UDP won only 2 wards in Banjul, that's Kampama ward and Jolof Town ward. I mean, when you come to KM, you see NPP winning only 3, UDP winning 15. I mean, in Kanifing, KM for rather, we saw NPP winning only 3, which is Dipakunda, London Corner, and Bartes wards. I mean, Brikama, NPP won only 2 wards. I mean, UDP 15. I mean, even in Brikama, I mean, NPP won only Kafota and Jiboro wards. Do you think this is going to translate? I always ask you this question, but you tend to disagree.
This is why it's difficult to
exactly. Yeah.
Because what you've given me there is just so jumbled up.
Exactly.
You can't see any patterns, as it were, emerging. There's nothing really systematic there. So everything is jumbled up. Brikama, as you said, in the presidential, it was Barrow, wasn't it? Barrow won.
Yeah.
Only 12 constituencies, Barrow won. Brikama North. Yet, when it came to the National Assembly elections, the party didn't fare well at all. I think the party won only 1. So let us make a distinction here between the personalities, the leaders, and the party. You know what I mean? So you might have a voter who really supports Barrow, but may go and vote for, when it comes to National Assembly elections, would vote for a UDP candidate. So I am not sure whether people are really loyal to parties as such. So we should be very careful here. That is why we can, the swingers, we have huge swing voters. This is why people can just move about like that. So results of one particular election may not necessarily be a good guide to results of the next. You know what I mean? Not least because you have different personalities, different candidates and the like, and that also brings in its own dynamic. The party dynamic is one thing, but the candidate's dynamic is also quite another. So that's why it really makes it difficult to predict in these things.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you said, I mean, they didn't do well in Banjul, in KM and West Coast, but we have seen in Banjul they won 7 votes. In URR, they swept it, 12. CRR, the same.
Absolutely. So
in Karawan as well, I mean, they got 11.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, that's it. Yeah. That is why, who was it? Was it D.A. Jao who referred to them as Bolongkono or something like that?
Party. That's
the Bolongkono party.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yes, you know, especially with the metropole, when it comes to local government elections, somehow they tend to punish the incumbent party or whatever, so you will tend to lose. This is going to be difficult to call, Aliu. All the pattern that I've seen is that from the presidential to National Assembly to councillors, NPP's numbers have been going up. UDP numbers have been coming down.
Yes, but let's now go with my colleague Ansmane Esonyaze, who is currently with the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Ali Momarian, for an exclusive chat. Eso, over to you.
All right, Aliu, I mean, as announced earlier by the commission, they would be briefing the media, I mean the public through the media on activities that will be taking place throughout the day, and the first of which is the opening of polls. We know people have started voting already. So here with me is the IEC senior management. I have the chairman here as well as the director of communications and other senior officials. But I would hand over to the chairman and the director of communications to brief the public on what has been happening since morning.
Well, thank you very much. Again, welcome to the IEC headquarters here on this very important day. We are here for briefing, and can now pass you to the Director of Communication, Pamakan Khan, who will give you all the details necessary. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This is the first update that we want to do on the election process. That's the local government elections for the mayoral and for the chairpersons. Of course, just to update Gambians that polls have started in the morning, this morning at 8 o'clock. And of course, we are happy to report that almost all polling stations across the country opened at 8 o'clock. Most of the staff were there on time, they did their preparations, and of course, this enabled them to open the polling stations at 8 o'clock on time, as dictated by law. And once this is done, also just to report that also that the staff were available, all of them, and of course they had the equipment that they were using. So far there is no technical problem with the equipment. Of course we remembered in previous elections when we had hitches with the ballot boxes, this didn't happen. So of course it's good that things are progressing. Of course with the materials also, they've been supplied enough materials, and so far there is no report of any material shortage across all the polling stations. And then also polls effectively open to the public, to the electorate at 8 o'clock sharp across most of the polling stations across the country. And that voting have started, people have come to cast their votes. Of course, queues have been formed in most of these centers, and of course voting is progressing smoothly. So far, there is no single incident. Voting has opened, polls are continuing, and of course, we'll come back to update the public on the progress. And again, to remind Gambians that this is the local government elections of 2023. And of course, here we are electing our mayors and our chairpersons. So it's important that people come out in their numbers and to vote in these elections. because it's their civic right, it's their political rights, that they have to come and then exercise their right, their franchise. So we urge all Gambians to come out, all registered voters to come out in their numbers and then to cast their vote. Of course, polls have opened at 8 o'clock and will close at 5 o'clock. So we urge people to come during this time so that they can cast their votes. On that note, I thank you, QTV and Gambia Times TV. Thank you.
So briefly, if we can just have Pamakan to do this thing in the local languages, briefly, Asmana, if you can hear me, just allow Pamakan.
Very brief. I don't know if you could possibly just very briefly in the local language.
In the local languages. Thank you so much, Asmana.
Our audience as well who are watching and may not be able to speak English or understand English.
Thank you, Asmana.
Yes, maybe subsequently we can do local languages.
Wow. maa ngi leen ñëw di leen gërëm yéen ci bi ko yi nekk fële ci war élection bi le ma ne wax fu nekk mooy fii ci bitim réew suñu élection dafa set wéj parce que lu nekk ñi nga xam ne parti ak yéen ak dañoo yónnee agents ñu ñëw gis dafa bu ñu commencé ba ñu ko compté ñu signé sur site bi su amul dara lu ko gën a leer da ko gën a accurate jërëjëf jàmm salaam alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Chairman. Aliou, so that is the Director of Communications there and the Chairman of the Commission as well, reiterating the Commission's commitment to ensuring that we have a free, fair and transparent election and that they are prepared to hold very credible elections. So far, there's been no hitches. It's all been going smoothly since, the open polls at 8 a.m. and we're hoping that by 5 p.m. when polls close, everything would have gone smoothly. But so far, no complaints, no hitches whatsoever. It's all going smoothly, and the Commission is very much committed, according to the Chairman, to ensure that we have credible elections. I also forgot to mention earlier that there are also members of the various security services, especially the police, who are very much visible, ensuring that there is law and order, that there is peace, and that everything goes according to plan. So, so far, no hitches.
And Samana, just briefly in Wolof and Mandinka, if possible, for the sake of our viewers and of course those following on Q Radio, briefly as to what Pam Makan and the Chairman respectively have told regarding, the first update.
waaw jërëjëf Aliou kon li ma doon wax si gannaaw rek ñu ngi nii ci fi nga xamante ne mooy office yi chairman bu IEC si gannaaw rek yéen a ngi doon dégg ci ki nga xamante ne mooy Director of Communications moom mooy wax ci tuuri commission bi di Pamakan Kane wane na ne daal depuis biñ tàmbalee ba tey depuis suba amuñ benn jafe-jafe wala tiixatee boo xamante ne ñu ngi ko see jànkuwanteel ci sànni karta bi te ñi nga xamante ne ñooy seen nit ñi seen liggéeykat yi génn nañ ñu ngi def seen liggéey comme ni mu waree nit ñi tamit ñu ngi génn di sànni karta waaye jotaguñ ci benn xibaar boo xamante ne xëy na luy tey xel la wala lu nit di mun a naxarlu la ci biir loolu tamit ñaax na nit ñi ñu génn ñoo xam ne ñoo nekk seen kër yi ñu dem sànni ci karta ndax loi bi moo leen dooleel seen warugal la seen doole la pour ñu génn sànni karta kon baax na ñu génn wane seen doomi réew yaa ci biir loolu tamit mu rafetlu liggéey bi nga xamante ne askan gi ñu ngi ko def mooy jàppa ci commission bi seen liggéey gis ne lépp jaar na yoon bokk na ci tamit mooy sécurité bi ñoom it ñu ngi ciy jàppa chairman bi tamit moom it tamit wax na ci liggéey bi nga xam ne commission bi mu ngi ko def wane ne ñoom pare nañ pour def seen kéemtalaay kattan gis ne comme ni ñu ko daan doxalee ci yeneen élection yi nga xamante ne lépp dina jaar yoon ak nu ko luwaay santaane ñëpp seen xel mun a dal ñoom it pare nañ pour gis ne defaat nañ lu mel noonu te depuis suba ba tey amuñ dara loo xamante ne war naa tey xel wala nit dina ko naxarlu wala joti problème wala report lépp daal mu ngi jaar ci yoon te ñu ngi am li nga xamante ne mooy jàmm kon moom it mu ngi ñaax di ñaan jàmm continuer ba fu élection bi di jeexee si gàttal daal lii mooy kàddu yi nga xamante ne gaaral nañ ko fi.
jërëjëf an suma eso ñaasi suma collègue nga ne mu ñu nekkal fale ca IEC head office bi xam naa ne du yàgg dina fa jógee pour dem fi nga ne mu nekk pipeline mos fi nga ne Talib Ahmed Bensouda foofu la war a sànne kartam bi baɗi ngol men ɓe kewtiɓe joɓe ale alkamin moƴe walla mo an sumane so ñatiti ñin tamit aɓe IEC la bumbata min ɓe kane fin comme aliyamoy ñamen IEC ciamon fango anin Pamakan Kane mi alan ko atlemu director of communication and press IEC ye yala kontano tande follow ko kuwol bita ka ñaami walla carte fo ñim bita ka ñaami ya tani mo la kon voting start exactly at 8 a.m. and then nyin tembento imang any reports or membatin la ko promo be keni wala ko man tata anyama o yela kontan tan ye mo le fanan dani pour isaje itira yela carte fay karala ye murla so ko no ye batu pour IC announcement nyinke musid ko onno wonno IC chairman Ali Momar Ndiaye e kanko he pamakan kan mo ngada kanko woni director of communication toto IEC ko kambe wono halde e colleague amo ansama e so nyasi be kolli weltade mabbe so far no election woni he yarde be kolli wondam police di uddi bila waktu getede subaka te wondo joni yimbe be yaade pour be pero carte mabbe be nyaagi may yimbe pour enen fof mbaden promote jam he lady pour mara kala ha fere katumo jam hota galle mon jetno radio e television pour be mbara announcement so si woni fere am kartungo sokama waktuji jowi kikide. Well, viewers, just a reminder once again, I mean, you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and it is election day here in the country. Well, in Gambia, I mean, the voting starts at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m. But in the event a voter is in the queue at the close of polling station at 5 p.m., I mean, you are allowed, I mean, to vote. And also, you must be personally present at the polling station with your voter's card, and of course you can only vote where you are registered. You can only vote where you are registered, and also, I mean, no campaign is allowed on election day. I mean, you can also go to the polling station with a party color, and of course, I mean, counting is on the spot. I mean, immediately after the polling stations are closed, I mean, voting counting will be done on the spot in the presence of all the parties. The party agents will be there to confirm that the process went fair and transparent. But like I said, it is important that, I mean, the public understands the importance of these elections, and it is good that you all go out and vote, because your vote is your choice, and it is good that you are part of those who are going to decide the fate of the area councils and municipalities. Mr. Mboch, you are part from the IEC chairman, and of course, Pamakan Khan, Director of Communications, giving us the assurance that they are committed to ensuring that the process is free, fair, and credible.
Oh, absolutely, and efficient.
Yeah.
So they were all there in the morning. Everybody did what they had to do. Equipment, everything working, so far no glitches. Yes, we want these institutions to be efficient. That's what we expect. And, you know, his exhortation there for people to go and vote, that's something else. But to be quite honest with you, Aliu, from 2016, the presidential, and then afterwards we had the mayoral, the first one under this new government. And throughout, when we looked at, after the elections, when we looked at the observers, the reports of observers, they've had a good record. So I come to sort of expect good, efficient, smooth elections, really, without issues sort of flaring up anywhere. So this is what I've come to expect with the IEC, really. I don't want to sound complacent, but I'm okay there. Perhaps I'm more worried about the turnout.
Yeah.
Than
the turnout, and
it
is because of that. I mean, our voting system is very unique. We use the marbles, not the papers. And because of that, some people are asking, I mean, why abandoning a system that's not affecting you for a new system when they talk about the ballot papers?
The IEC chairman once dealt with this. That now the logistics, you're having more voters are coming in, and perhaps we're going to have as well diaspora voting. So we must migrate, if you know what I mean, to the modern technology, to new ways of doing things.
But isn't it interesting, Mr. Mboch? I mean, as we speak, we have 19 political parties. How many parties are contesting?
Oh, 5 or 6, 4.
So I mean, for me, I mean, we can have as many as possible political parties, but how many of them are active?
That's it. But you know that you'll have more voters.
Yeah.
The population is growing.
Exactly. And the diaspora as well.
The diaspora. So that will certainly increase. The number of parties, well, sometimes you wonder, why bother to form a party?
Yeah.
What is the point, really? But it's people's right to form parties. You may have 20 or 30. The market will decide which ones are relevant. justice here, so many of them have thought that, no, we're not going to make much from this. They don't even have the money. So they're not contesting. So you've got 4 contesting. So gradually, George Time, as I call it, will weed out, as they call, the show ponies from the real stallions.
Is there another agenda behind forming your own political party? Aside from, you know, wanting to be a president or wanting to be a National Assembly member?
A cynical person, I can see how a cynical person can think that, form a party, perhaps go around asking for donations, you know, saying all sorts of things to get money and the like. Maybe you've got that motivation, and then maybe you've got others who are possibly politically driven. Maybe perhaps they are too idealistic, some might even say utopian. Well, yes, you form your party, but people will not come. In the end, it's not a party, really. So people form these things for all sorts of reasons. But again, reality will set in, you know. If you do not have the resources, the programs, that sort of thing, then you're not going to mean much. You know, you're not going to matter. You become insignificant. It is of no moment. You exist only in name. Most of them exist only in name. Well, it's their choice to form a party and just exist only in name.
In the event that, and at the end of the day, there must be a winner. I mean, in your own opinion, what do you think should be the immediate priorities of anyone who is declared the winner? Looking at all what is happening within the councils, I mean, we've gone through the reports, the audit reports. I mean, we've gone through their interviews with the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee, all those issues.
Oh, you'll have to confront this from different angles. Legislatively, there's so much that we need to do to change, really, so that you can strengthen the councils. When you look at the 2002
Local Government Act,
absolutely, there's really so much that you need to change. I mean, look at the councils, for God's sake. I mean, in Banjul and KM, you don't have governors. But anywhere else, the chairman or the chairpersons, they're answerable to the governor. Yeah. Well, what kind of a situation can you have the elected official being answerable to the person who is not elected? That's a complete travesty of justice. And in other areas as well, there are sources of income. We know that government has formed certain agencies now that would collect the money directly instead of that money going to council. That is also taking away from what, you know, the resources, the money the council needs to give the services that it needs to do. So in many sorts of ways, legislatively, councils are really quite shackled. They are restricted in really what they can do. That's one.
So are you saying we cannot entirely blame, for example, the incumbents for some of the things that they will have wished to achieve but couldn't do?
Absolutely. There's shared responsibility here. The incumbents as well. I mean, administrative efficiency, that is really the bedrock of what the issues are. Really, once you've got that efficiency, yes, then the little that you have, you can spend it wisely. They call it spending efficiency as well. So administratively, how to run an organization efficiently, having implementation frameworks. I once read
which seems to be lacking with most of this. When you ask them whether you have any implementation framework, I mean, that's none.
I once read
Have you done any study on what you're talking about? None.
Yes.
And then you said it's interesting, right?
I once read a report by a former CEO of Brikama Area Council, saying that, hey, look, of course these people will come and write our strategic plan, but there was no implementation framework. It's like having a car without wheels. Yeah. So you see, that is the efficiency, the administrative efficiency that you need first, so that will give you the best chance of coming up with the right policies, and then perhaps even expand your resource base, coming up with ideas how we expand our resource base, and then how do we spend it efficiently. So without that acumen, that administrative acumen, that notion of what they call statecraft, having that skill that adroitness to convert vision into objectives, into outcomes, putting everything down. That is really the heart of the matter. I think that's why, who was it, the Kofi Annan, there are essential problems, governance. How do I govern well? That's really what the base is.
How do I govern well? I mean, when you talk about the councils, I mean, this is a grassroots. This is the place that people think is much closer to the people. But it seems some of the councils are really disconnected with the people.
Yes.
How much does the public hold them accountable? How much are they open to public scrutiny?
I would probably say that possibly most of our institutions are really quite divorced, as it were, from the people. Most institutions you go to, they just have their own culture of doing things, and then you have us, the ordinary citizens, having to adapt. Whatever service I need, go to any institution, whatever service you need, you go in there, you better understand how things are done over there. Who do I need to know? How do I make connections? Otherwise, you are not going to get the service. So that is more of a general problem than merely a council problem. You really cannot blame them for something that we are all guilty of. The whole nation suffers from that.
It's interesting. Well, viewers, I mean, that's more than much. I mean, you're watching QTV. It's just some minutes past 10 a.m. here in Banjul, and this is QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are broadcasting from our studios here on Karaba Avenue. My name is Aliou Cisse. It is election day, I mean, in the country, as Gambians head to the polls to vote in the second phase of the local government elections here. They are voting for the chairman of the area councils and mayors for the municipalities, that's KM and Banjul. I mean, we have our reporters across the country to give us up to speed as to what's been happening in their areas. I mean, like I said, I mean, Rohim Maliklo will be voting at Kampama polling station. I mean, we will try to get those updates as well. I mean, Ibu Fai will be voting at Gambia High. But I understand my colleague Julde Njai is also on the line from Banjul. Julde, if you can hear me, where exactly in Banjul are you, and what can you tell us? Julde? Wait. Julde, if you can hear me, where exactly in Banjul are you, and what can you tell us?
Thank you very much, Aliou. We are currently at the Makati Square here in Banjul, where His Excellency President Adama Barrow is supposed to cast his vote. And currently, the situation here is the environment is relatively peaceful and calm. We don't have any major issues here, and we have 4 streams here, and each of the streams has 3 polling staff and at least 2 party agents, and of course 2 security forces. So that is what is the environment here. We are seeing also bodyguards from the State House here. They are already here waiting for the president to come. And of course, we just spotted members of the PIU. They are already deployed here as well. And of course, the turnout here in the morning was a bit high, but right now, as I am talking to you, the turnout is a bit low. People are coming in their 2s and 3s, as you can see from behind in one of the polling stations. The turnout has not been impressive since morning, but according to the polling staff that we spoke to earlier on and the members of the Gambia Police Force, what they told us is that they're hopeful that before the end of the day, we will be seeing large turnout of people, as early in the morning people came out to vote in their large numbers, but right now as we speak, the turnout has been really low. But we are hopeful that before the end of the day, the people will come, and most people are also saying that they're expecting people to come out once the president is here. So we are expecting that once the president casts his vote, we will see a large turnout of the people. But as we speak, that is the current situation here at the Market Square in Banjul. The turnout has been low, but relatively the environment is really peaceful. People are coming to vote, and then they will be escorted to go out and then go back to their houses. So according to the people that we spoke to earlier, we spoke to several people earlier on, and they are all calling for peaceful elections. They are calling on people to come out. We spoke to the Haba of the NPP, and of course he's also calling on the people to go out and cast their votes in a peaceful way, and say saying that Gambia is one and we should not allow politics to divide us. So, and several other people are all, of course, echoed the similar sentiments, calling on people to come out and vote and saying that this mayoral and chairmanship election is as important as the presidential election. So, currently that's the situation here. We'll be expecting the president to cast his vote in the next hour or so, and of course from there we will go to other polling stations across Banjul to know what is the situations there. But currently this is the situation on the ground here, Aliu.
Any idea as to what time the president will be at the Makati Square to cast his vote?
I asked earlier on, and I was told that he will be here by around 11 or around 11:30 or so. So we will be expecting the president to be here in the next hour or so. So yeah, that is the situation here.
Just briefly in Wolof and Fuller, if possible, Jude, for the sake of our viewers and of course those following on Q Radio, I mean, where exactly in Banjul and are you, and what's happening there?
On jarama musidɓe fulɓe komin musidɗo moɗon julde ndiaye joni nde min gonɗo ko ɗum woni Makati Square Banjul ɗon noon président o ko ɗo fori arde weddo carte makko o nde min kaldi ɗo e police aɓe na ɗo ɗona ko streams ɗiɗi gonɗo dulaji 4 gonɗo te dulaji ɗi fo a yiyat IEC kamɓe yimɓe tatona hen kadi yimɓe tato gananta ko ɓen giwri he pooling station party agency ko ɗum woni NPP he UDP ko kamɓe gonɗo kadi soljaraɓe ɓe he police ɓe fo ɓe ɗo kadi domestic observers kadi mi yino ɗo goto he maɓɓe gila subaka ko goto tan jimi ɗo tawon kadi miɗo yi kadi state house kadi bodyguard ji président ɗi kadi ɗiɗo ɓe fo ɓe ɗo sa ɓe ɗo kewi tab gila subaka nak yimɓe ɓe na garannoɓe mbi subaka law yimɓe ɓe garno no bete kono noon waktu ɗo gila joni yimɓe ɓe na gusti no bete wona seeɗa yimɓe ɓe na garda he go'o he ɗiɗi he tati a yiya ɗo joni ɓawo sa yi ɓawo ɗo ko toon woni yimɓe ɓe ko toon votata kono sa yi yimɓe ɓe kewani toon ɓe ɓurani hay yimɓe joyo so gila subaka ko ɗum wonɗo kono yimɓe ɓe min kaldi ɓe mbi wonno ɓe ɗaminine ɗo yo ñalande nde gasde yimɓe ɓe garat ɓe beddo kartaji maɓɓe ɗe kono kadi dal ɗo mum ko jaam tan wonɗo hay hunde ala ɗo probléme hay goto ala ɗo tawon yimɓe fof na gara kala garɗo weddoto kartal muɗum ngal tan jommum yaaha hota galle ɓe min kaldi ɓe kadin to yeeso ɓe mbi yimɓe ɓe nodda yimɓe ɓe ɓuri yo ɓe jaltu ɓe gara ɓe beddo kartaji maɓɓe ɗe he jaam ɓe kota he jaam ɓe jooɗo ɓe keɗo IEC pour ɓe kala results ɗi ɓe mbi hay goto wota yaltu boowal na yima walla wota hay goto yaltu boowal na malla walla hay goto wota yaltu boowal na haala ko gandanɗa ko addat fitina ko ɗum dal yimɓe ɓe wonɗo joni président Adama Barrow na foti arde kono ɗo e ɗum yimɓe jii dal soljaraɓe ɓe naɗo police aɓe naɗo ɓe fof ɓe ɗo kañum he bodyguard ji maɓɓe ɗe fof ɓe ɗo ɓe paadi président Adama Barrow pour so ari o weddo carte makko hewɓe na ɗamini nak président Barrow so ari so weddimama carte makko ɗe tan woɓɓe yimɓe ɓe garat ha heewa kono noon ko ɗum woni situation ɗo yimɓe ɓe garanno bete kono miɗen ɗamini ɗo yo time o gasde ko ɗum woni wattuji 5 kikiɗe a yiyat yimɓe ɓe jaltat no bete wona no fewi pour ɓe beddo kartaji maɓɓe ɗe mbokki ñu ngi ni tey Makati Square Banjul gis nañ ne tey ñi ñu ngi fii ñu ngi génn pour sànni seen carte waaye nag nit ñi daal seen génnin melul noonu suba si daal ñu ne suba teel bi daal nit ñi sa génn nañ bu baax nag waaye fu mu nekk nii daal fu mu toll ni nit ñi daal bariwuñ gis nga ne suma gannaaw foofu la nit ñi di sànnee carte waaye nag génnin bi daal fu mu nekk nii nit ñi génnuñ bu baax waaye nag fu mu nekk nii 4 polling stations lañ am maanaam ñenenti te polling station bu nekk fii mu ngi amee stream bu nekk mu ngi amee ñetti IEC officials mu ngi amee ñaari party agents mu ngi amee tamit ñaar ñoo xam ne ñoo nekk police officers yi pour ñu mun a monitor loo xam ne moo nekk di happen fii si Makati Square Banjul président Adama Barrow tamit moom tamit na mu fii la war a ñëw pour mu sànni ji kartaam bi so waaye gis nañ ne si suba teel bi ñi ñu ne bari wonoon nañ fii torop waaye fu mu nekk ni ñi bari wuñ polling station boo leen nekk di gisuma gannaaw sax moo tane daanaka foofu la nit ñi di ñëw waaye ñu si des daal fu mu nekk nii nit ñi nekkuñ di ñëw bu bëri waaye daal ñëpp luñ nekk di oote moo nekk jàmm ñu ne ñu nit ñi nañ ñëw ñu vote si jàmm sànni seen carte si jàmm ñu ñibbi seen kër yi si jàmm buñ toppalante wala dem si biti di wax yoo xam ne daal naka sudu noonu wala dafa jur fitna si biir dëkk bi so loolu lañ nekk di oote waxtaan nañ ak NPP moom ku nekk Dahaba moom tamit loolu la dafa ñaax nit ñi surtout waa Banjul yi ñu génn ñu sànni seen karta si jaama ñu dem seen kër yi si jaama ñu déglu IEC pour ñu mu wax la boo nekk results si yeneen jigéen yoo xam ne daal waxtaan nañ ak ñoom tamit loolu lañ wax fii ñu ne jaama daal moo fi nekk soo fii daal soo long soo faa soo guut jaama daal moo fi nekk ñi ñu ngee génn daanaka ñi génnuñ bu baax sax waaye ñi ñu ngee génn daal di ñëw sànni seen karta waaye fu mu nekk nii daal security forces bi fu mu nekk nii mu ngi bari ndaxte président bi léegi tey mu génn si mu daal di sànni kartaam waaye security forces yi yaa fi gis nañ fi ay soldat gis nañ fi ay PI officers gis nañ fi ay bodyguard yi gis nañ fi tamit ay yeneen NPP supporters yoo xam ne ñoom yëpp ñu si biti pour daana di xaar président bi pour mu ñëw sànni kartaam bi so loolu moo fi nekk fu mu nekk nii gis nañ ne tamit minister of basic and secondary education moom fi léegi la aksi moo nekk Claudia Nicole moom tam mu fi ak yeneen ñoo xam ne daal ñoo nekk NPP supporters si Aliou so loolu moo nekk fii situation bi fii si Makati Square.
jërëjëf Julde Ndiaye moo nekk sun reporter ku ñu nekkal fële ca Banjul Makati Square fi nga xam ne président Barrow foofu la war a ñëw pour sànni kartam bi comme noonu lañ ko déggee si Julde Ndiaye rek nit yi ñu ngi génn si waaye am nañ yaakaar ne gannaaw président bi su sànnee kartam bi ñu bare dinañ ñëw pour sànni li nga xam ne moo nekk seen carte pour tànn si diggante ñaari ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk di jongante fële ca Banjul ki nga xam ne moo nekk Ibu Faye di nga xam ne moo ko NPP ñoo ko taxawal ak Rohey Malick Lowe UDP ñoo ko taxawal under United Democratic Party comme noonu ko xamee Rohey Lowe moo nekk di incumbent mayor bi Rohey Lowe nag moom fale la mu sànni kartam fale ca campement Lower Basic School campement police station foofu la muy sànni kartam bi Ibu Faye moom nee na ko fale ca Gambia High foofu la muy voté Talib Ahmed Bensouda moom mu ngi voté fale ca Pipeline Bakary Badji mu ngi voté fale ca Ibo Town Central Mosque Pamadou Mbow independent candidate moom mu ngi voté fale ca Bakote Lower Basic School Ahmed Jite moom mu ngi voté fale ca Kiti Yankuba Dabo UDP moom mu ngi voté fale ca fale si nga xam ne moo nekk Kafuta Sidi Cissé moom mu ngi voté fale ca Brufut ak Genaba Bah PPP moom mu ngi voté Brikama Newtown ca Jumaja so loolu yëpp nañ ko fi indi fii ci QTV kon ni ma leen ko waxee rek am na suñu taskati xibaar yi nga xam ne ñu ngi across the country from Koyna to Katong pour indi leen lépp loo xam ne mu ngi xew as far as today's elections is concerned. Once again, you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue, right behind the QCell main building. My name is Aliou Sise, and I'm here with Mr. Mboch. Mr. Mboch, you've heard from Julde. Any moment from now, the president will be arriving to vote and Banjul. What sort of a message are you expecting to hear from him this time when he votes?
The usual stuff.
Advocating peace, full conduct,
absolutely,
commitment to democracy,
yes,
tolerance,
tolerance, and that sort of thing. I don't think he will sound triumphalist. You know, we remember the first time after the presidential, and because of the performance at the National Assembly elections when he came, when he gave his vote, when he voted, he sounded slightly more triumphant, saying that, you know, expecting a similar margin of win, but that didn't happen. So now he's learned his lesson. So now he sort of gives us measured statements when he comes out, just talking about peace and fairness and democracy and that sort of thing.
And he's been personally very much involved in this campaign.
Yes, but this is the thing. This is why I have referred to this election as a kind of proxy battle between President Barrow and Usainu Dabo. I mean, because where President Barrow has been gaining ground, they realize that UDP, they've been backsliding. So this is the final frontier.
Is it a do or die, as some will say? Some will say it's referendum and all this.
well, two things.
Yeah.
For some people going to vote, this is like a referendum on Barrow. You know what I mean? It's got nothing to do with the candidates, but because I don't like why Barrow did this or did that, that's it, I'm going to vote for the opposition. So they just go and vote for whoever it is, but as long as you're not an MPP, sometimes you're going to do that. But this is a different battle. It is about Barrow wanting to consolidate his party In many
at
ways,
the grassroots,
yes,
the councils.
At the councils want to consolidate. You know, he has muscled in on the National Assembly, now muscled in on the ward councillors. Now he wants to muscle in on the mayoral chairmanship. You know, positions, as it were. So this is the challenge, to actually push UDP completely off ground in all areas. This is the final one.
Well, Mr. Moch, I understand my colleague Ibrahim Bande is also live from Banjul for us. Bande, where exactly are you in Banjul?
Thank you very much. We are currently at Kampama Primary School in Banjul, where we have different polling booths where people are coming to cast their votes, especially those living around the Kampama. And of course, it's a very significant day today in the history of the Gambia. That's the council elections and, of course, mayoral elections. As you know, for the past months, campaign have been, done by different parties. Of course, people selling their different manifestos to the general public. And today is the day for one to decide who is to steer, the affairs of the local councils for the next 5 years. So it is very important. And currently, we are at Kampama, as I mentioned earlier, and people are coming gradually to cast their votes. It is very slow at the moment, but I know people are engaged on other things. People are doing certain things. As you know, in the Gambia, it's a system whereby people wake up in the morning and do certain jobs before they are free to go and do one or two things. But we are expecting people be here against the afternoon for them to come out and, cast their votes. It is incumbent upon every citizen to come and choose the person that you think would be able to steer your affairs for the next 5 years. So as you can see on the background, people are coming gradually, to cast their vote. So we are also expecting the incumbent to come and cast her vote. That's the Lord Mayor of Banjul, Rohim Malik Low. So I know in a bit she will also come and cast her vote here at the Kampama Primary School. So currently, this is what is happening at the moment.
Thank you very much. That's my colleague Ibrahim Bandevia at Kampama, where, as you have heard from him, the incumbent mayor of Banjul, Rohim Malik Low, is going to cast her vote at Kampama polling station. That's my colleague Ibrahim Balde there. Badingolo walem Ibrahim Balde ti mi ala ko nyintemento abe campama dra mi ala ko incumbent mayor Rohim Malik Lo nyata kala carte fay wo polling station ko ma atne nyamen nyintemento ko be bi da kan kayra la molu bina kan demande pour kana kera carte fay so ngalong atemela Balde fana bina just to give us the latest update from campama comme nga fay la nyamen Rohilo bala carte fay la campama le mbok ngame ina siran QTV ak ngam ngi déglu Q radio comme ko mo nekon Ibrahima Balde nga xam ne ñun tamit mu ngi nekkal fale ca campement fi nga xam ne du yàgg rek Rohim Malik Lo foofu la war a sànni kartam moo nekk campement polling station bi comme noonu leen ko dégg si Balde rek jaama ak dal moo fa am nit ñi ngeen génn si pour ñëw sànni li nga xam ne moo nekk seen carte bi musi ko on wona Ibrahima Balde mo ganda o waktu o homo toto campement polling station Banjul to ganda ɓoyata mo ganda kanko woni incumbent mayor o Rohim Malik Lo tono ata pour opéro carte mar comme no Balde haale net donc jamta wonto wonton o waktu do ala ben problème ton imbe berde seda for be pero carte mabere Mr. Mboch, you have heard from Balde campement as well, things are going on smooth, no incident of chaos so far.
That's it, and I just hope that they wouldn't sort of go on too much about the turnout. It's a bit too early.
Yeah.
Because you know that sort of what you normally get is that you have some people will trickle in, or sometimes you will even have a wave, but it's not going to be constant. You know what I mean? So let us just forget about that and just sort of just see what's going on. People are coming in to vote. Everything is peaceful. The turnout, well, we'll find out in the evening. Yeah. It's a bit too early. So you'll have all kinds of waves, perhaps, during the day. So, yes, absolutely. This is how we expect it to be. Only that, yes, we expect more people to come out. But peaceful, Good, nice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mboch. Well, from Brikama, from Banjul rather, with Ibrahim Bande, we now head to Brikama, where Babukar Sise is in Brikama. Let's take a listen of this video sent by Babukar Sise from Brikama.
Number 258. Serial number. The last three.
Those are some of the footages from Brikamas sent in by our colleague Babukar Sise in Brikama. As you can see on your screens, I mean, the process is going on smoothly there. I mean, people are going through the normal process, which is to, I mean, when you come as a voter, I mean, you have to show your voter's card, I mean, and then, you know, the IC officials and of course the party agents will go through the master register and look whether your name actually appears on the master list to confirm that that's where you should vote. Like I said, I mean you can only vote where you are registered, and then you can only vote when you are with your Gambian voters card, which is important. So I mean that's how it goes, and then once it is confirmed that that's where you should vote, then you are then given your token or marble, and then you will walk into the polling station, and then, you know, cast your vote. I mean, slot it into one of the drums of the candidates of your choice, and that's it. But like I said, I mean, no one will intimidate you. Go in peacefully, take your time, and cast in your vote. If you are not sure of anything, you know, the IC officers are there. You know, engage them, and they will direct you how to vote. We don't want to see so many invalid votes. Like in Nyomi, they will just come and then you have to drum be like new gainer. So I'm not a Nyomi kay hamga warna nyo jangal from Jarankas how to vote. So for now lolo am solo la Mr. Mboch. I mean, because they just it happens often than not. Some people they will just walk in, just drop it on the drum and walk out. And sometimes this result in the number of invalid votes, even though it's not that much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So absolutely important.
Exactly.
Yeah. Full information.
Yeah.
Precisely what to do. So they must have the precise information of
it's important.
on what to do.
Yeah.
So it's really, one would really hate it, isn't it? Let them be vote invalid.
Invalid vote, yeah. Invalid vote. And in this case, every vote counts, because this is a first past the post system. So every vote counts. A single vote can make a huge difference.
Massively so. This is we have a very simple system. You know what I mean? The marble simplicity of the marble.
Yeah.
And first past the post
system.
Quite extraordinary. Maybe.
With a single vote, you know, you are declared a winner.
You are declared the winner, and then you have like 20% turnout. Still, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
I mean, really. Yes, maybe this is one area also we need to revisit, maybe.
Exactly. I was coming to ask you that question regarding this first past the post system. Isn't it high time we start, you know, looking at how to, I mean, revive or repeal the law as far as that is concerned?
Well, some people
50% majority. Or
yes, that's it. That's the new trend now,
exactly.
Around the world, the 50+1 and that sort of thing. Well, for me, I have to be honest. I think I like the simplicity of the first past the post. Absolutely, it's very English.
Okay.
The Brits, that's what they have. There's no such thing as 50+1. There's more of a continental one. But again, otherwise with that 50+1, or you're thinking about proportional representation, you'll probably start ending up with too many coalitions. You know, with coalitions, they will never agree on anything. It retards so much of what you do. I like the simplicity of first past the post. I am in charge and I do what I need to do. You know, if it is not working, well, next time you can vote me out. Somebody else comes in. That's why you rarely have these coalitions in British politics. Very rarely. I think in their history, they've had only one or two, something like that.
And any fear? I mean, certainly yesterday we discussed this on the countdown when we had a guest from the Inter-Party Committee. I mean, about the announcement of provisional results. I mean, we know we are in an era of social media, even though we have to admit that, you know, it has its own advantage and disadvantage. I mean, you've been a journalist for many years. I mean, what will you advise, I mean, to some of our colleagues in terms of, you know, making announcement of provisional results or unconfirmed reports, or, you know, depending on what is being shared on WhatsApp, which sometimes could be, I mean, as a result of which can lead to misinformation and disinformation in certain instances. What will you suggest? Because it's important. Sometimes this tend to create chaos. I mean, misunderstanding here and there. I mean, when people start, you know, announcing on official results.
And you know that whether we sound
even though it's spot counting, people will say, I mean, this is spot counting, so WhatsApp groups are there for people to say that.
Ali, you know that that's going to happen, whether we sound pious about it or not, because these days it wouldn't necessarily come from our colleagues, journalists. Now we are dealing with social media. Anybody can be a journalist. So it's not necessarily the journalist. Now you have what they call media practitioners. I have no idea what that means, if you know what I mean. So that's it. So anybody can share information anywhere. The important thing really is for people, let us be more discerning in what news we believe, what we believe or not, where we need to suspend judgment. I know that the established media houses, they have editors. They will be very careful and the like. So it is up to the citizens now to be careful of sort of our sources of information as well. But the way things are now, you're bound to have somebody who will give the wrong information, either mistakenly or deliberately, misinformation or disinformation. This is the world we live in now. Exactly. There's no amount of pious talk that's going to make people change their minds.
Exactly.
We must be careful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mboch. I understand my colleague Babukar Sise is now on the line from Brikama. Babukar, where in Brikama exactly are you, and how's the situation there?
Thank you so much, Ali. I am at Brikama Wellingara. And here at Brikama Wellingara, as I said, it's very peaceful, calm, and people are coming out, you know, in their numbers, queuing. I have voted myself, and I was here very early in the morning when they were even counting the marbles. It was in my presence to confirm, verify, and also when they were even putting in the boxes into the polling, I mean tents. I was there, so I witnessed everything, and all the party representatives, IEC, the security, you know, everything was intact. And at 8 o'clock, the voting started, and then people started to vote peacefully, and there was no problems at all. And the way I sense things is that when I woke up early in the morning at 6 o'clock, I saw a lot of people, you know, going. And it appears that this time, you know, for some reason, people are really coming out to vote.
And in terms of security, how is the security situation there?
The security is okay. Here I've seen immigration officers, police officers as well. I've seen them, and they were trying to control the traffic. In fact, they closed the road from a certain point to a certain point so that people can pass, you know, peacefully without any problem. So the security is actually okay.
And briefly, in Mandinka, I mean, Jola as well, where exactly are you in Brikama and the situation there?
Mbadi ngolumbal kontona koka fanya bilem karte fayoti puruna mayo anina chairperson na area council wale mansa kundari ngolti bilem karte fayo nyindi so mbebe kama welingara la teganu Brikama welingara jandum Brikama welingara jum karte fayo bitaka nyama problème manso da mol fundita be karte fay kan kapin kala woro mol nata carte far la mbe Brikama welingara duta ba ko to jang alkalo la area ma fonla mol nata funtinan kana ka rang andum carte kesol minyanta fayla a be contentante nyala jande ngaje security ning IEC ning party agents all ngaje be site ya be content fango nyala mbaji be kam fo pareta inata na kesol fango be tika party reps ani IEC staff le be dundi jujol kono carte nyanta ka fayda men andum talanse kuma tada dum dron carte fayo kuma seta brikama welingara jande fanga carte fay jande bari problème man so jang security bi jang police all bi jang immigration official bi jang anin sojarol dol fam bi jang so aɓe ñamin ten observation fango bijande so aɓe ɗamin ten tan wotagati jan ko ɓeɓe taka a ñama andu IEC staff lim bijan dal eɓe sawarlim bakel andu ya mais so talanse sitatamin ɗo ɓe la montrol jubila sitatamin doron ɓe dulali ele mole karte fay o commencé
molla fintoɓe ñaadi len this time Baboucar
sera again
ngo molla fintoɓe ñaadi je
molla funtoɓe tetale jan molɓe funti kanne ñin karte fay o ga kolo siñami dal kam tako anin yin tambila be bawo do ko mojo ma man funti ba nyindo de molbe funti kanne kala karte fa nun jikita ko nyindo fa nyin karte fa o dal mol la turn out wala be betiala to mando min tambita non ka to ngam mo jamal de be funti kan andun ngam min ge sate ko dal tambito ka tambit lal to tare dal ngam mol de le bitala kada karte fa.
Briefly in Jola, just for the sake of those following on Q Radio as well and even watching TV.
Assalamu alaikum ku baade won kajam ko jola kam kayen to Q radio de Q TV njombe regu meti jaatno kam elebeti karsay pour ko enda koleli kam brokap area council chairman de mayor election yu jaat ko kalebe carte nge bananya bo kam birkama welingara de kabrin 6 o'clock bu demore pim bu kana bay to jup ni jukum kana mehi ku jow nde faw ni bibi birkama welingara toni lebun karta yumbom bari mi jukum meno bu kana ku pour manku bi elebe karta katum kabrin 6 o'clock bu kana ko ke manku range 8 o'clock be tonge drom bu kana ku wombul anday placer pour mam kana ku wala ku leb karta anu bana ku commencer elebe karta nde faw birkama welingara toni lebun karta bari tata security mi tata ejajak ku police ko ke tata immigration ko ke tate pour karama ke bukanak ci motas ba kule pour nga pour sumura tam ci wuj pour bukanak ku ngolen man ku leb karta nan ku man ku ngolen ku leb meno ami mi juku meno problème ele babe bukanak ku pour le ko ke elebe karta bukanak ko man ku range andu man ma yore e jo meno yo karta elebe karta u jaat yo be jaay meno alew
baraka bake Baboucar Cissé barakaya Baboucar Cissé our colleague there from Brikama where he just voted at Brikama Welingara, and you have heard from him. I mean, the turnout is good so far. I mean, like Mr. Mboj will say, I mean, let's wait and see how it will end by 5 p.m. So I understand my colleague Ansman Esonyasi has now moved from the IC head office now to Pipeline where Talib Ahmed Bensouda is the incumbent mayor is going to cast his vote at the Pipeline Mosque. So is there, and then we will try to link to him in a moment. I mean, just for him to give us update regarding the situation at the Pipeline Mosque. Like I said, Jenaba Sonko is at Ibo Town, where Bakari Baji, the NPP candidate, is going to also cast his vote at the Ibo Town Central Mosque, just to give us the situational report there. Earlier on, you heard from Julden Jai, who is at the Makati Square, where the President of the Republic, President Adama Barrow, will be at the Makati Square any moment from now to present, to cast his vote at the Makati Square, and certainly he will talk to the press about the importance of today's election. I understand SO is now on the line. So you are now at the Pipeline Mosque. I mean, what is the situation there?
Yes, Aliu. So we're here. I mean, by the look of things, it appears the incumbent Mayor Bensouda of the KMC is around. He hasn't entered the premises yet, but I could see some of his campaign vehicles outside and members of his campaign entourage who I could recognize from the people in here. So including his official cameraman and his protocol officer. So yes, we expect that he would be in here to cast his vote in any moment from now. But people have been, since we arrived, we've been observing, people coming in to cast their votes. It's also very peaceful and quiet out here. And so far, it's all going smoothly. So yes, we expect that he would be here. I mean, he's already here. He would be in the premises to cast his vote any moment from now. Lima wara si angale Aliou moy ne ñu ngi nii fii ci pipeline fi nga xamante ne la kii di incumbent mayor bu KMC di Talib Bensouda war a sànnee kartaam jamono ji nag agsi na mu ngi si biti di ko seegut si biir ñi nga xam ne nag la dee faral di àndal ci campagne am bi ak ñi moo liggéeyal ñëpp ñu ngi nii fii agsi nañ moom mu ngi si biti ci li nga xam ne mooy motoom ñuy séntu rek ne ci lu bañ a yàggat na dugg si moom it mu ñëw sànni kartaam quand même fo rek Aliou ning angale kango nin surwa kango la KMC la incumbent mayor Talib Ahmed Bensouda ntel felaliye pipeline jang nyanta carte de fayla dameng sainteng afutata nanne amon dunan kono to follow but aning tañol aning molme yalla ko aning wolle be do ko la aning melbe non campagne fana la kana ibe futata nanne sainteng pipeline jang andu ngajji ko sodo ko atemela abe dunan nanne an nayala carte fay na pata aning kiba janya na fana be kacala inshallah so sande katam be pare dinañ am waxtaan bi nga xamantene nañ ko sey ak mom so we look forward to engaging him after casting his vote Aliou.
Why is it possible also if you can just speak to some of the voters there just to sound their expectations as to why they are voting, and then what sort of changes are they anticipating from the candidate or whoever is going to be declared the winner by the Independent Electoral Commission?
Yes, I'm afraid I'll have to do that maybe in a couple of minutes. For now, the mayor is coming in, and it would be difficult to do that. But if you can just bear with me, as soon as we're done with the mayor, we would definitely try to sound opinions of others. He's coming in now as I speak to you.
Okay, that's Ansumana Eswanyasi. Like you have heard from him, the incumbent mayor of KM, Talib Ahmed Bensouda, has now arrived at the Pipeline Mosque, where he's going to cast in his vote, at the IEC office. The beauty about election is that everyone has one vote. Even the mayor has one vote. The president has one vote. Mr. Moj equally has one vote.
Yes, yes, apparently so. Yeah, superficially, you've got this egalitarianism. This, absolutely, we are all equal, but we know that in real life, some animals are more equal than others.
Yeah, you've heard from Ansubana. Talib has arrived, to cast his vote. What do you think might be going through his mind at the moment as he entered that place to cast his vote?
Oh, wow.
Those are live images from the pipeline where Talib, accompanied by his wife, are now arriving to cast their votes at the Pipeline Mosque. And Sumana, if you can hear me, over to you now.
Well, thank you very much, Aliou. So, like I said, a couple of minutes ago, the Lord Mayor, the incumbent, has arrived, accompanied by his wife and some of his campaign team members. He is now being engaged by the IC officers here, and he will go through the usual voting process, after which he would go in and cast his hoping that be mbokk yi ki ngeen a gis noonu mooy mayor incumbent bu KM di Talib Ahmed Bensouda agsi na fi nag jamono ji fi nga xamante ne mooy pipeline pour sànni kàttam ànd doon liggéey ci campagne bi tamit ñuy séntu rek ne bu paree ci wote bi bu génnee dina am waxtaan bi nga xamante ne dinañ ko seexoog moom mbari ngolu alkamel joteng wala mu yo si Talib anala muso e futata nanne afere ala muso e katte fay le foka pare afan abe dun kan ne kono kata la katte fay na fi na be diam sa now going in to cast his vote. It takes virtually a few seconds, and he would be out. There is it. He is done casting his vote, and we would be engaging him shortly. So just any moment from now.
Well, that's my colleague Ansman Eswanyasi, and those are live images from the Pipeline Mosque where Talib Ahmed Bensouda is just about to talk to the press, having voted at the Pipeline Mosque together with his wife. Like you have heard from Ansumana, he is now about to talk to the press. After voting. Let's take a listen to the incumbent mayor of KM, Talib Ahmed Bensouda. Baringol ñintamen to Talib Ahmed Bensouda wala kanaka diamo ani kabatalali kabri ala carte fay dula mel wala mo pipeline mosque Kareba Avenue ñintamen to Talib nala muso wala ila carte fay pipeline mos ñintamen to kanaka diamo e kibartalali mbokki ngam ni na siran QTV ak di deglu Q radio fi mu nekk ngam mo nekk Talib Ahmed Bensouda joge na sani carte legi ni fala ja pipeline mosque andak jabaram fi mu nekk dem ngey ñew pour waxtaan ak ngam mo nekk taskati xibaar yi ngam ñu ngi fa pour am tuuti waxtaan ak moom gannaaw bi mu saane kartam bi musidɗo ande on ɗo joni o mo ganduɗa ko woni incumbent mayor o Talib Ahmed Bensouda o ferima kartama ko joni ɗo to pipeline mos kanko he debbo makko mo andi ɓoyta rek o warat jo pour haalda e ƴeftoɓe kibaruji to pipeline mos ɗo ganduɗa o ferima kartama ko de ko ɓoyani comme nani onen rek colleague amo Ansumane Eso Niassi homo toon to pipeline mos andi han ɓoyata min addamon on waktan mo ganduɗa ko mayor homo hebde mo o waktu ɗo kanko he ƴeftoɓe kibaruji ɗi viewers, you're still watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we're broadcasting live from our studios from here on Karaba Avenue, and of course across the country, as we have reporters across all the regions. Let's now head to the pipeline mosque where the mayor is speaking to the press. Let's take a listen.
My wife, Salimatu Jallo Bensouda. And just like the councillor election, I think the turnout is similar. I've said it before. Presidential elections always have the highest turnout, then National Assembly elections, then local government elections. We expect that the turnout will be better than councillor elections, but we don't expect it to be at the level of the presidential elections, which is quite a norm as far as historical evidence is concerned. However, I always like to emphasize that local governance, as far as I am concerned, is the most important part of governance, because the councillor and the mayor are the closest to the community. They are the government officials that are elected at the community level, and the development they bring is high impact at a community level. So I believe all Gambians should take an interest and come out in their large numbers and vote for their candidates of choice.
Candidate of choice. Lord Mayor, when you were nominated, you were confident that you were going to win. Today,
I was confirmation. Of course, is a sample of the feeling of the community of KM, how they feel towards the council, my leadership, and the councillors. So we are still confident that we will win this election come 5 o'clock p.m. today.
Mayor, Sepras projected you as a winner with 55%. Some of your supporters on social media are saying that you're going to have 60% to move. What are your, target areas when it comes to percentage of winning this election?
Well, Sepras has never missed. Presidential, they were very close. In parliamentary, they were very close. I think in this survey, my win was predicted to be the most decisive, meaning over 50%. If people guess that it may be 60%, that may be correct according to the survey, because there's a lot of undecideds as well. I believe based on the survey results, 17%. But I'm not one to be taken away by surveys. What I'm confident about is people have confidence in the service we have rendered over the years. And we have done it in a very impartial way. We have tried to be a uniting force for all Gambians, regardless of political affiliation, tribe, etc. We want a Gambia for Gambians, and we want all Gambians to see themselves in our leadership.
During the councillors' election, you said the councillors' election would have an impact on the mayoral election, whether positively or negatively. Now, today is the D-Day for the mayoral election. Do you maintain the same statement after your party won the majority in your council?
Of course, my statement was not political at all. It was based on law. If you look at the Local Government Act, the council is the executive, not the mayor. The council, the body of councillors, are the ones that make a decision on how council should operate, whether be it procurement, employment, budgeting, etc. So the mayor, I said it in the Bakau rally, is more of the icing on the cake, but it's not the cake. The mayor sets the agenda, the mayor sets the vision, but the councillors make the decision via vote. So if you have a majority in council, of course, table and have it. Do now.
We apologize for that hitch is there. I mean, that's the incumbent mayor of FKM Talib Ahmed Bensouda. They are speaking to the press. We now cross over to Banjul, where the president is supposed to arrive by now to vote at the Makati Square in Banjul. My colleague, well, those are the live images at the Makati Square. That's President Barrow, who has just arrived at the Makati Square. I'm saying the First Lady, Fatimata Barrow, is also accompanying the president, I mean, to cast his vote at the Makati Square in Banjul. Earlier on, I mean, those were the images from Pipeline, but now this is Banjul at the Makati Square. That's the president and the leader of the National People's Party, President Adama Barrow, there with the First Lady, Fatimata Barrow, I mean, at the Makati Square to cast their vote. Badingol nyintamento banko nyatango His Excellency President Adama Barrow wale futata Makati Square pour kara carte fay nyintamento aning First Lady Fatimata Barrow wale nata nyola pour carte fay Makati Square Banjul. Mbokk nga mi ina ngi seetaan QTV ak di déglu li nga xam ne Q Radio on 103.3 ak nga ñu ngi topp ci social media bi Facebook ak YouTube fu mu nekk ni ki nga xam ne moo nekk njiiti réew mi His Excellency President Adama Barrow moom moo aga fale ci Makati Square pour sànni li nga xam ne moo nekk kartam bi fi mu nekk ni mu ngi ànd ak nga xam ne moo nekk jabaram di First Lady Fatimata Barrow pour sànni li nga xam ne moo nekk seen carte fale ca Makati Square musidɓe ɗo wonɗo joni président Barrow kanko he sohnaji makko Fatimata Barrow kamɓe hewti toto Makati Square pour ɓe pero carte maɓɓe ɗe toto Makati Square ɗo ganduɗa ɗo ɓoyta président o yaltat kadi pour o haalde ganduɗa ko ɓe woni ƴeftoɓe e kibaruji toto Makati Square Banjul. Well, viewers, that's what's happening. I mean, these are live images from Banjul. I mean, any moment from now, the president will have an interface with the press as to, I mean, his expectations from the elections. I mean, let's now go back to Pipeline, where Talib is still talking to the press before we head back to Banjul again. We still apologize for that hitches. I mean, we're having a problem with the connection to Pipeline Moscow, where my colleague Ansman Esonyasi is at, and that's Talib still talking to the press after he has cast his vote there with his wife. I mean, like I said, I mean, the president is also currently at Banjul at the Makati Square, where he has also cast his vote together with his with the wife. That's the First Lady Fatimata Barrow. That's what is happening. I mean, we bring you live images from across the country. I mean, we have our reporters across from Koina to Katong to bring you all what is happening there as Gambians head to the polls today to vote in the second phase of the local government elections. That is, they're voting for the chairman of the area councils and mayors. Let's head to Banjul, where the president has just cast his vote, and my colleague Julde Njai is there. Julde, if you can hear me, I mean, let's head to Banjul. The president is not addressing the media.
For the good job they are doing for the Gambian people. I think it's a national duty to inform the Gambian people. And I think this time, the information is well received. Because people have been calling me in the morning that the turnout is good. I think that's what we are yearning for. But I will start with congratulating the party leaders and all the political parties and the contenders for this very important election, that is mayoral and chairmanship. I'll call on the Gambian people to come out and vote. This is a very important election. Mayors and councillors are the one managing our tax. So I think it's important for us to come out and vote and choose the person that you want to represent you at the level of the council. The council is very, very close to the grassroots. So I think it's important, and the grassroots is the majority. It's important for people to come out and vote. And so far, I'm very happy with the process. I'm very happy because the campaign was very peaceful, no major issues. and also the voting also is going on smoothly. I think we should congratulate the Gambian people. We should congratulate ourselves for these efforts. Because democracy is not an easy process. But the most important thing is we have to be very peaceful and we have to respect the law. We have to follow processes. There are rules and regulations that are governing this process. And the head of those rules and regulations is the IC chairman. So we will thank the IC chairman and IC officers for a very, very good job. As president and head of state, my responsibility is to make sure I maintain peace and stability in this country. There is no country in the world that is developed without peace and stability. If you look around you, you don't need advice. The countries that have developed, they are all peaceful. They are all stable. I think we want Gambia to follow the footsteps of those countries that are peaceful and stable. If our country is peaceful and is stable, that is hope for Gambia that this country will develop in the very, very near future. This is about taking decision. It is decision making. I advise the people to make sure they take a very wise decision. This is the last election in our electoral cycle. It's a very important one. From this one, we move on. Let's concentrate on national development. National development is key, it's important. The development is not for the president, it's for the Gambian people. And I want us all to work together so that whatever we achieve in our development, it will be a legacy for all of us. So I'm calling on the Gambian people to be united. Let us be an example in West Africa. In most of the countries, if you're having elections, either oppositions are in jail, or activists are in jail, or journalists are in jail. But in Gambia, nobody is in the jails. Nobody. There is no politician who is arrested, who is detained. No journalist, no activist. That means there is freedom in this country. Let us embrace that. Let us work together to make sure we maintain that freedom. It is very important for us. So on that note, I thank all of us. I thank the Gambian people. I congratulate for the hard work, for setting the pace for others to follow. So thank you. Mbadingol, the Gambian call be control na be journalist all control na back. Ngaje ko kibaro fudata mol male wala ken nga moy ka fa mol fundira pour que carte fay. Ba hani say lafta mol be fundi carte fay. Ñimu election me ala kumata back. Bar janni mbedi amulo kam political party ol ani party leaders ol ani candidate ol be congratulate la. Because election on niaji be campagne on be tata kayrole kon. Banko dun ni lafta ay taña da fa kayrole soto. Aman jare ye lista karo ke wala ni bankol jube mela tata ñato be kayrole bi. Tenkun bi sabato le bi. Oto Gambia ning tenkunta kayro tarta jan sabatita wallahi ati mela baake Gambia be develop. Banku dolto ni election be kela opposition leaders ole ke sorong ika journalist ole sorong ika activist ole ke sorong wol ka tara kasola ike Gambia hani mo clean mang ares woto ngamira nga kelo menke non pour démocratie so banko kam bi ngame wo sortel banko kam bar ni mel be carte fay la fana aliya jube ken neket aliya tame aliya passoir because albida mo mel sindi la je wolle ballal pol nyin collègue la wolle pol du nyanta muru lal telle ka bar ne mo kije mo me ya lon ka man jare pour que kije ni la lempo nyin collègue frande ni mekita na fasoto woto wala ken ni nyanta ko mi la bak ka tame ka passoir jaliba ko yade wole fo janni be kendole ne ka passoir ali nga passoir sa mek so ngol tombo mo mi la lon ko e jarta pour ka tombo ba han sa mbala fro mol be funti ina ye carte fay na carte fay kayra kono ay ban kayra kono ba Gambia be kala sampulolti Africa mboy dajala sa banku dol kabona kana study kan nyini kan na process ke nyame o mu kubalti banko nyi o mu nyaato tale Gambia nyi banko la development amanke president la development mbele tam so lafta mo kana to ko mbeta nyoka nyino election la mawti ni election banta dum be mo be danila atara nyaawo nya nga continuer do nga do koki wala important sa nga politiko nyi tenko nga do ko wala kumara musidɓam fulɓe miɗen calmina on miɗen jara on kadi minen belti kono noon ko mamen jaara journaliste aɓe okkiroɓe kibaru mi sikko kibaru o yettima ngol ɗo lawol sabu mi nani wondema yimɓe jalti yimɓe nan ɓe ɗo carte ɗum no yimɓe jalta ɗum noon ko moƴƴi he meɗen si yawti ɗon mi wiya wondema miɗo waɗa congratulate political parties party leaders he dariɓe he o élection miɗo waɗa congratulate ɓayde campagne o fof yeehi e jaam ha en yettima he woote mboten e jaam koten e jaam kono leydi ndi noon wawata yaade yeeso si tawi jaam ala ɗo jarani mbaɗa liste car sa laari leyɗe jaaɗe yeeso ɗe fof ko jaam woni toon ɗum noon si jaam ala he leydi wawata yaade yeeso nden enen fof nangen ɗon nangen wondema enen jeydi leydi mbaɗen ɗo jaam si jaam heeɓima ɗo tan leydi men ndi duuɓi yeeso seeɗa rek en jahat yeeso mi sikku ko ɗum ɓuuri ko ɗum jari wadde si noon ko kamɓe jogui kulle woote ko luwaji e sartaji ɓe jogi woote fof no abboɗe ɗi sartaji si ɗin sartaji gabbama haare waɗata kono noon men ko mamen jaara si chairman ko Ali Mamar Ndiaye kanko e liggoto e makko ɓe bakkilima ɗum ɗo ɓe golla kadi mi sikku ɗen ɗon golle walla démocratie men ɗo pour no o yaari yeeso miɗo wiya noon Gambianaɓe hay joni gandon ɓeɗo ɓe koccoton ɓe ko ɓe ɓagota lempoji moɗon ɗin lempoji mon no foti ruttade he mon ɓamowo lempo ma noon a fotimo laarde lartineɗamo mbaɗamo passoir ko ɗum Jali Bakuyate wi sa waɗi passoir tan a heɓat kendejo o sa heeɓi kendejo o wawama gollande o wawama wallude ganda wondema ɗo beddimi carte am ɗo jari ɗum ɗon kono noon ko woni wote watindo e woteji men he o wote yawti mi ñaguima foof opposition o ruling party o mi ñaguima foof tenkinen ko kulle politique gollen golle ɗe ko ɗe nafata en golle ɗe so mbaɗama ko leydi ndi foof heɓ yiita hen hoore mum ɗum noon golle ɗe ko enen nafata Gambia ɗo foti wonde sample sauf region ɗo waɗal duɗaji goɗɗe si wote no waɗa opposition ɓe nanggama cokoyama journaliste ɓe nangga coke activiste no nangga civil society ko ɗin waɗata min mi hettoto news ñande o ñande hay ɗe balɗe ko opposition ɓe jelu coka around the wall no heewi kono Gambia hay goto hay guertogal nanggaka fof no waɗi free fof no waɗa golle mum nden démocratie men ono yaaha mbakkilo ɗen mbaɗen ɗum ɗon maintain mare mu sonin ko ngaka kuñini ngaka nuwarni ga Gambian ko su nuwarni bari kuben go kibaru non kinni ngi nuwarni siri ndasima kibaran kinya soronga kenyan cigi lenki ngara dingira non tele ho ite soron boku na woten dabar kenni hiya hi sirenya so onan ka journalist nu kuka onan ka wi nuwarni ke wayri ana kibaru kinni soron bari mbicaga dangini kane kuben ngani opposition nga e kuben ngani politicien parti kananko aɗo kohoga politique ni aɗo kuɓenoga sigi ke wotedi o wi su congratulate ni o waddurangi ɗangani wayri campagne ke suudegati kayri ñayi aka kayri mbani ana ke jamane degene kane a gara jamane su waraga daga kane kayri ñana no gandi kayri ganta jamane ɓe andatelle kane de ama jare annandagal modi munno lista karandawal an palle hayta jamanu ɓen daga kane i suuɗa kane kita wayri kayri ñana no gandi kendi a gara kentu ona kayri golli ba ona koyrintata ko Gambia na khairin kita o gara khairin kita bani sino dan tanto kaneta o jabare ngatele kan aka gara daga kaneta seren so ni du walla di igatini kebe legacy nyana Gambian ko legacy nyai bar ayisi chairman mona ka nuwaria wari woten kibare maranten na yayi ikunga matele ngo su wote ke nyengene bari ga golle be war golli sire nyani golle be angatu nanti onan kawi nuwarni akendi gol nyanga nun su wari luwanu nyana no kube maranten ga woten kebe o gara wardo ko ngondo son kara sere de gajanga ke nyana angana hay dunadi wote ngana nyana jamana suudi annamu ko da opposition leader nu laga iwa candidate nu laga nan ndigi soko kesu wanyana journalist nu civil society activist nu ini suragana ngena nyusu nya tren kana kota su jamana be opposition leader laga tenga nokku civil society journalist aga hube soko tenga dunadi serenta kontitu bari Gambia har selinge o maraga asu firinte nyan asuwa bakkana daga wote ndabari sere suga no ngani annan cabari annan akile ona wote ke dabari khairin nokondi khairin bane ana ke jamane dengene kane kendi o soron su nuwarni o Gambian ko nuwarni igara bakke be nyawari na carte cedi carte sedde ke na hanyanay wari kaga kebe sagarna kunyana kalempo no kutambo nakama angana seren cagarna anga khasinya kalihanay anna korosi nade a korosi siri anna passoir angana passoir bane ho sire nyan tokko ngani kendi ona ho sulen cagarra kebe angadu nanti o gano ka sinkinay o sakon tenyana do ka sinu ku yigana anti nambaran ana ka sinu ku wudwa ana sagan do ku yimenu ona na hankidat dasima kiyani digami kay kanwari suma mbokki olof yi maa ngi gërëm ñëpp di sant ñëpp di gërëm waa Gambia bi yoon nag journaliste laay ñoom laa njëkkee bi ko jega naa ne nit ñi génn ne ñu ngi sànni carte xibaaru la xibaar bi su àggut ndaa nit ñi dinañ génn pour sànni carte man su ma waxee fii léegi yéen soo leen gëree xibaaru nit ñi duñ ko dégg kon xibaar boobu foog naa egsi na si nit ñi kon foog ñu gërëm journaliste yi pour xibaar yi ñoo do nit ñi pour affaire yi woote waaye balaa maa dem si kanam ñu nga xam ne ñoo amee politique bi si Gambia ndaa nguur nga ndaa opposition nga ñu ngi gërëm ñëpp di congratuler ñëpp ak candidat yu nga xam ne ñoo taxaw ñu ngi leen di congratuler si luñ taxaw pour jongante pour élection bii waaye nag lu ma si kontaan mooy campagne bi yëpp dem na si jàmm kon loolu yokkute bu mag a mag la te bugg naa élection bi tam ñu def ko si jàmm mu jeex si jàmm réew daal balaa moo dem si kanam foog mu am jàmm réew yu am jàmm yëpp ñoo dem si kanam réew yu amul jàmm demul si kanam kon loolu jarul nga ristakar yow soo gestoo rek nga seet yan réew ñoo dem si kanam réew yu nga xam ne dañ am jàmm te jàmm dafa seer jàmm kenn mënu si fay xaalis si jàmm te su nekkee jàmm am sa réew dafay dem si kanam kon at yu néew si kanam su nekkee jàmm dafa continuer si biir Gambie dinañ gis réew mi dina développé réew mi du pour Gambie du Adama Barrow réew mi pour ñun ñëpp la réew mi développé ñun ñëpp ñoo ko yëg kon loolu nit ñi war nañ soo taxaw ñu meeg soo ne jàmm am si réew mi waa AIC nag ñoom ñoo affaire yi woote bi foog ñu gërëm leen ñoom tam di ko yow soo nekkee si kanam nga amee lu mel ni woote soo nekkee amee woote rek da nga war a nekk koo xam ne da ngay jub da ngay def lu la war nga wax lu la waa bi wax kon ñoom ñu ngi def loolu foog ñu gërëm leen sant leen si liggéey boobu Aliou Maman Diar ak ñu nga xam ne ñooy liggéey si office am bi ñu ngi leen di gërëm nag di leen sant bu baax waaye ñu ngi wax Gambian si nañ meeg soo ne ñu génn pour sànni carte bu ko sànni carte bii ñu ngi na sànnil carte nii ñooy toog di collecte seen lempo yi kuy collecte sa lempo nag xaalis lay collecte si yow xaalis boobu dafa war a dellu si yow su nekkee nag da nga tànn ko xam ne doyul nit ñi soo moytu du leen defal liggéey bu baax kon seet leen bu baax ngeen seetaat ko ngeen segga ko bu baax ngeen tame ko ngeen xool ñan ngeen war a tànn ñu nga xam ne da ngeen la dénk seen xaalis loolu maa ngi advice loolu nit ñi élection bi nag bi mooy élection bu mujjee si élection yi élection bi su jeexee ñu ngi ñaan ñun waa nguur gi woo ñu nekk si opposition bi woo ñu ngi ñaan yëpp léegi suñ bagage yëpp nañ leen teg léegi ban bagage la ñoo jël mooy bagage yi liggéey nañ dem si tool yi liggéey moo am njëriñ suñ liggéeyee dina njëriñ réew mi te xam naa ne suñ liggéeyee si ñeneenti at yu des nii wala ñetti at yu dara balaa 2026 balaa élection di jotaat waat war nañoo def lu bare Gambie ni am si njëriñ bu lool loolu dina tax ba yeneen réew mi sax dinañ jàngee si Gambie ñun loolu lañ bugga noo bugga beneen réew sa réew nga gën a bugga man Gambie laa gën a bugga te kenn gënul maa bugga Gambie tey bi ko man maay principal bi su baaxee dinañ wax nit ñi la waaye su bonee man la ñoo wax kon maa ngi naan nit ñi su bii passé ñëpp nañ teg seen bagage si politique nañ dem ñu liggéey ndax si tool bi ubbeeku na léegi ñu liggéey rek liggéey moo am solo jërë ngeen jëf.
That's the President of the Republic, President Adama Barrow. They are flanked by First Lady Fatimata Barrow and Lady Sergeant Bala Barrow. They are addressing the press shortly after he had cast his vote at the Makati Square in Banjul. As you have heard from the President, he has expressed delight with the turnout so far. I mean, which he thanked the media for the crucial role they have played in sending out the message for people to come out and vote. And he had also used this interface with the press to congratulate party leaders and the political parties, and of course candidates who have expressed interest to contest in this important election. And he has urged Gambians to come out and vote, recognizing the importance of these elections as the last in this election cycle. I mean, he expressed his delight with the process so far, the campaign and all what has happened, and then he hopes, I mean, people will follow the rules governing the election process. I mean, recognize the importance of peace and stability for the development of any country. So he has urged Gambians to take a wise decision. I mean, what would that mean? I mean, it's open to different interpretation. Mr. Mboch, the president said, take a wise decision.
Yes, it was quite curious.
Yeah.
But he didn't say that, come out and vote for our candidates.
Yeah.
No,
it's not campaign day.
More conciliatory, more playing sort of the statesman. He was actually appealing to the voters to use their judgment wisely. And then a rather curious way of seeing things. I'm thinking that, well, this is the end of the cycle.
Let's now listen to the IST chairman who's at Banjul.
te boobu tam suñ paree suñ fa bind yëpp dañ koo aj foofu tey foofu le ku am complaint nga dem ko ne gis naa ci tur bii de anuma ci waaye woon 960,000 ñu register amul benn objection not one single individual sànni carte da jotee ñu wax ne all right kuy taxaw ci parti ni nga am agent independent nga am ko la représenté wu ñu seet yëpp fañ ko commencé ba fu moo em ñu ko di ko commencé koon kanam xool ko seen kanam ñu sign result sheet bi bon nag ku ci daanu xam nañ la saanul ku gañe nag dañ la saanil ñu ngay ñaan nag ñëpp ne élection kii na am kii na ñàkk waaye ki ñàkkatam ak ñi ko topp ba yëpp nañ xam ne dañ ko saanil moo tax mu ñàkk buñ def benn coow buñ def dara xam ne kooku la wax doom jot sey nañ ko karta gañ na mu ngay dem def liggéeyam loolu la lay tàggu ñu la ñaan yéen ñëpp.
naka la élection bi demee si réew mi yëpp.
so far so good amul benn problème campagne bi dama ci am salaam bi dem ñu ngi sari karta bii nag da yaakaar na dina am dina gën a bëri bi la comme bi laas wan ñu nga ñaan loolu ne nit ñu gëm sànni su ko su joxee karta pour nga dem sànni ko nga sànni ki nga xam ne moom nga yaakaar ne moom sa réew bi mu ne ko wala chairman la o mayo nga ne xam ne kii daal moom la yaakaar ne moom la doxal liggéey bi la ñu sànni ko karta jërëjëf.
last election bi ñi ñi dañ ŋàññi IEC because ñu ne counting bi dafa yàggoon torom ndax loolu lañ séntu this time around wala dañ séntu ne process bi dina
xam nga counting bi ñun IEC commencé ci man ba ci gardina bi waj maa ni dafa yëpp juróom-ñaar fukki ñu la 70 people su jëlee dañoo employé over 6,000 people ba pare police itam nañu over 3,000 police ñoo jël pour sànni carte moo tax nag su jotee dañoo wax ne ñu ne ku gën a di nga dem sànni carte loolu lañ lay ñaan ne dem sànni seen carte yi loolu lañ lay ñaan sànni seen carte yi waaye as far as concerne xam nga dañoo dem nag si àll bi fu nekk di xaar ba nga xam ne yëpp em na bala ñoo ñëw ci collection centre bi collecte foofu dem ci regional office bi def réserve bi collecte yëpp ba dama koy mën a annonce ko nañ ko defee waaye nekkul ne dañ ko tey de parce que ñu ngi ci different areas dafa ñu xaar leen ba ñoo ñëpp jeex ñëw indi seen bagage yi ak ressources yi noonu lañ ko defee. déedéet Barthes kay du suñu woon Barthes ñu gis nañ ne loolu moom say nañ ko ñoo say nañ ne lii mooy li am du ñun du vote IEC du vote at all.
du jumte IEC.
ah.
dama ne nekkul jumte IEC.
non. All right.
IEC Chairman Ali Momar Jai, we are speaking to the press, I mean, in Banjul, where the president has just cast his vote. My colleague Julde Njai is on the line now. Julde, I mean, a lot has been said by the president. Julde?
Yes, Aliu.
I mean, the president has just cast his vote. I mean, he has said a lot, right?
Yeah. He said a lot in terms of security, in terms of the promotion of peace of this country. And of course, the president, like always, he also applauds the journalists for the hard work that they've been doing. He mentioned that the last elections, the turnout was really low, but because of the sensitization of the journalists, because of the work of the journalists, this time around we are seeing a huge turnout of the people, and we are seeing that people are building a lot of interest as far as the election is concerned. The president also talked about the promotion of peace and stability in this country. He said, around the sub-region, where whenever elections are being held, you see lots of disruptions, you see lots of conflict here and there, you see the arrest of opposition leaders, the arrest of civil society organization, and of course members of the media. But this time around in the Gambia, that has never happened. It's like elections are not being held in the country because of the peace and tranquility across the country. And he said his government has really done well. He said that this is the last electoral cycle as far as election is concerned. So he's urging people to come out in their large numbers to cast their votes and of course go back to their houses. He also called on people to look very well as far as election is concerned, as far as the candidates are concerned, to scrutinize these candidates very well before they actually casted their votes for these candidates, because these are the people who are going to serve the grassroots people. These are the people who are going to bring development to the doorsteps of the people. So he called on people not just to go out and vote, but also vote wisely for the candidates that they believe that are well-deserving, the candidates that they think that are really going to work hard. He said that there is nothing like witchcraft or whatever, going to marabouts or whatever. There is no need for that. When the promotion of peace is of paramount importance to the Gambian people and to his leadership. And he also said that aside from the electoral process, he called on people also after the elections to really focus on nation building, saying that, this is the last electoral cycle, like I mentioned earlier. But aside from that, he called on Gambians to really come together, join hands together and work towards the development of the country. Because he said, according to him, there would be no peace, there will be no development, there will be no tranquility in a country where there is no peace. So peace is the talking point as far as the president is concerned, and of course thanking the members of the media and of course the members of the Electoral Commission for the free, fair and transparent elections that they've been conducting over the years. And so far so good. The president has really make the work of the journalist easier because he spoke in all major languages in this country. He spoke in Mandinka, Wolof, Pular, and of course Sarahule. So Aliu, so far so good. That is what the president said in summary. The main talking point is the promotion of peace for the Gambian people to come together as one to work for the development of the West African nation. And of course, after the president, we also spoke to the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Aliu Mamonjai, and he also called on people to go out and cast their votes. And he also calls for peace and tranquility throughout the electoral cycle. And he also assured the people that the Independent Electoral Commission is going to be free, fair, transparent as always. And of course, he said that I asked him the delay for the results, whether we are going to expect the delay in the announcement of the results this time around. And according to him, he assured us that there won't be delays. The reason for that is because they had to wait for people across the country to bring in their ballots and, for it to be counted and then certified before it can actually be read out by him. So that is the delay. But as far as he is concerned, the election is going to be peaceful, transparent, and fair.
Thank you very much, Julde Njai. Let's now head to Kampama, where Rohey Malick Lowe Julde, I understand Julde and team are now heading to Kampama, where Rohey Malick Lowe is expected to cast her vote at midday. So the team is now moving to Kampama, and then they would get us an update from Kampama, where the incumbent mayor Rohey Malick Lowe is going to cast her vote. I mean, Mr. Mbuch, resource announcement delay. You had our colleagues asking the chairman. Do you think it is deliberate to delay the results announcement?
No, I don't think so. They're going to have to take their time, and as the chairman said there, they have to go to all these far reaches, these far-flung areas to collect everything,
getting it right,
and that sort of thing. I think getting it right really trumps the speed, So there's nothing. I don't have an issue with that. We can stay all night.
Yes, I mean, you were saying something before we went to Jordan about the president's address. I mean, you said it was more like a reconciliatory, and you know, he talks about, I mean, peace and stability.
Yes, and for me, the curious thing there was.
Let's now go with the American ambassador Saran El Kuruma, who is also live. Let's take a listen.
So thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was the U.S. ambassador to the Gambia, Saran El Kuruma, who is also out in the field observing, as you know, every elections. I mean, she will go out with the embassy staff to observe how the election process is going on. Election observers. What is their role? How important is it, I mean, to have them out in the field observing? You've just seen the U.S. ambassador, I mean, out also observing election. How important is this of the U.S. or any other foreign agency?
Oh, it is extremely important that we have observers, as it were. It's just the whole process to give credibility, validity to the whole process. You know, it's not simply the internal national observers, all these international observers. It gives credibility. So it's a good thing that we have them, so everybody can see that we conduct our elections freely and fairly. And then it inspires confidence around the world. You know what I mean? In the country, and the far-reaching consequences this can have. So it's a good thing to have them.
And when you talk to so many people, they will tell you, I mean, how election is free and fair is not just determined on the day of the elections. Events leading to the actual voting tells a lot.
Absolutely. So much is in there. That was why earlier when you said, I'm the mayor, the watchman, whoever, just one vote, I said yes. Superficially, it looks like we are all equal and things are egalitarian and all the rest of it. But you know that cannot be true. To win elections, you need lots of money, be it Gambia, be it the US, be it in Britain, everywhere you go. You need lots and lots of money and resources, you know, how do you mobilize things. So it is in these things that unfairness, if you like, creeps in.
Those are live images. Bakari Baji at Ibo Town, Central Mosque, I mean, where he is to cast his vote. He is accompanied by his wife, our Baji. That's Bakari Baji, the candidate for the National People's Party, who is seeking to dislodge, I mean, the incumbent Mayor Talib Ahmed Bensouda, to whom he lost in 2018. I mean, Bakari is contesting for the second time. I mean, that's the Mr. Baji.
Yes, second bite at the cherry. Yeah. So yeah, but you know, you say third time lucky, maybe second time lucky. I don't know. It's gonna be a tough one. Yeah. And we heard from the incumbent Talib earlier.
Sounds very confident. He's not going to be taken away by the surplus survey.
That's it. So you want to sound
confident.
Yes, you want to sound confident, but you don't want to overdo it. Don't over-egg anything. Yeah. And with these opinion polls, you better be very wary of these opinion polls. They can get it wrong and the like. So he said was enthralled by that sort of thing, really.
Okay, it's interesting. Well, viewers, you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we're broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue and across the country as we bring you live coverage of the election, which is the second and final phase of the local government elections, and of course this election cycle. Those images you are seeing are live from Ibo Town, where Bakari Baji, the NPP's candidate for the mayoral election in KM, is now at the polling station at the Ibo Town Central Mosque, I mean, to cast his vote. He is accompanied by supporters and of course the wife, our Baji. Bakari Baji is contesting for the second time. He contested in 2018 as an independent candidate, I mean, but lost to the incumbent Talib Ahmed Bensouda. I mean, those are the live images from Ibo Town, where my colleague Janaba Sonko is there for us, and I'm sure Bakari will talk to the press any moment from now after he has cast his vote. Like I said, my colleague Janaba Sonko is there for us. I mean, I'm seeing as Unda Nyang there. I mean, that's the NPP regional chairman in KM. that's Bakari Baji for you, and that's the wife, our Baji. I mean, we'll just link to my colleagues at Ibo Town, Jenaba Sonko, and like I said, I mean, Bakari will talk to the press. But in to Bakari Baji, me alako NPP la candidate KM, wale for the Ibo Town la jama ngoto puro kala carte fay ana musole nata wala our Baji ti. Bokki ngam ina Isran QTV fu nekk ni mun nañ wax ne Bakari Baji joge na sani kartam léegi ni fale ca Ibo Town sa jumaja mu ngi ànd ak soxna nga ne moo nekk awa Baji xam naa du yàgg rek Bakari dina waxtaan ak taskari xibaar yi gannaaw bu mu sànnee kartam musidɓe ɗo ɗo joni mo ganduɗa ko woni Bakari Baji mo ganduɗa Bakari. Let's now go to Ibo Town where Bakari is now talking to the press. Let's take a listen. Yes, Bakari is now, they are now setting up to engage Bakari Baji, the NPP's candidate. Right behind Bakari Baji, I'm saying CDSK Njai, who is the deputy spokesperson of the National People's Party. I'm also seeing some familiar faces of the NPP within KM. Undanyang is among those who have accompanied Bakari Baji to the Ibo Town Central Mosque to where he has just cast his vote. And like I said, any moment from now, Bakari will be talking to the press after he had just cast his vote. But on intermento Bakari Baji wale kanaka diama ning kibatarali atenela nganyada dolje koma je sidi njay be dabe kono aning undanyang me atlemu NPP la regional chairman ti KM. Let's take a listen.
Good morning. Yes, I'm very optimistic of winning. To give a simple answer, yes. Okay, no, so I'll take that first. What makes us believe that we will emerge victorious? It's obvious. It's the campaign that we did. We have talked to people. We know what the plight of the people are, and we have listened to people, and they've been giving us their assurance that they would vote for me because they want progress. They want a council that is responding to the issues that are the most important issues for the people. But we also know that in the last 5 years, they have not seen exactly what their aspirations are. And for that reason, they want change. And that's the hope. The campaign, it's been a pretty much good campaign in the last 2 weeks. We've gone around most of the places within the municipality. We've talked to people that we can through house to house, through organizing rallies and using the media to broadcast our message and to present our manifesto to the people. But by and large, it's been a peaceful campaign, and we're satisfied with most of the things that happen, except for a few hitches here and there. That consists of our opponents almost removing every poster that we put in town and the banners that we put in town. But that matter was reported to the IEC, even though it didn't change anything. But that's the only hitch that we have. Otherwise, everything has been good. Well, yes, we believe the people bought it. And like I said, it's a very clear manifesto, and it's exactly what the people need. It's not fancy projects that don't deliver much results, but it's the things that are the expectations of the people, which everybody expects the council should focus on. And listening to the people, and we believe they will. We've gone around, we've been to the markets, we know what the issues are, people appreciate us, and they promise to vote. We've gone to communities, to faraway communities, all the way in Bundung, in Fajikunda, and other places, in Bakau and Bakote, and the message has been clear, and we're hopeful that turnout would be, majority will be voting for us today.
Honorable, election comes with challenges. Will you accept defeat?
Well, I'm not anticipating defeat. I'm anticipating a win. Well, that's what I'm saying. I said I'm not anticipating defeat. I'm expecting a win based on what we know, that people of this municipality are in for the NPP and the alliance members, and for that reason, we are not looking forward to anything less than a win.
You also have your agents outside, and talking about this election, how
is the process so far? Do you have reports of any issues and the turnout pool? Is it encouraging?
No, the turnout, as you can see, is not very encouraging. It's still low. So we hope that before the end of the day, people would come out and vote. In terms of incidences, no, we did not have any so far, apart from a little issue at Tallinding, wherein at the beginning they said they couldn't put in their marble, but I guess that was resolved right there in the morning. And until now, we've not received any other issue.
A ballot box that was not properly filled, or?
I don't know what the issue is, but sometimes the holes where people vote through, for some reason, it was a little bit small. So if you have the bull and you want to vote, the guys are saying you have to press it in order for it to get through. But so you just cannot put in and it goes in. You have to push it for it to go through. Like I said, I guess they use somehow whatever they use to just make it good.
Honorable, mu mel ni tuuma tegee na ci seen ndodd ci ñaari candidates yo Pa Modou wax na ne during campagne da ngeen xëtt sarta ñaari place ba ñett ñoom waroon nañ fa dem yéen da ngeen fa dem léegi nii Talib tam wax na ne démb ci guddi rek am na seen ndaw yu nga xam ne ñu leen téye te majum lañ leen téye seen kam ak président Barrow kaddu yu mu wax ci Buuba zone ak ci fii ci Ibo Town tax na def ngeen lu bari lu nga xam ne lu xëtt sarta la tax élection jarut loolu ay tuuma tegee na seen ndodd.
Well, as far as I know, ñun demuñ anywhere apart from Dipakunda. Te loolu lee wax nañ ko président moo fa dem and bi mu fa demee moom lu ko fa yóbbu boppam la ak sa président boo nekkul candidate. So nit du wax naan candidate man ak sa candidate fépp foo xam ne ni fi ma dem la fi mu war a dem la loolu lañ xam leneen lu ci tegu nag benn yoon boobu la li ma la wax président moo fa dem. Now li xew démb ci guddi xam nga li gaa UDP dañ to make it very blunt dañ bëri ay ba pare ñoom ñoo gën a bëri wax. dañoo tooñ ba pare ñun njëkkalantu dem ci media bi ne lii lañ def démb suñ nit ñi dañ demoon Old Joshua Doudou Dia ak moto mi ñu topp ko jam ko ay xeer ñu jógee foofu mu am beneen groupe bu nekk Ibo Town mu am ay niti UDP ñoo xam ne dañoo wër kuñ gis moto bu taxaw ñu toppala and then ñu toppale ñoo ñu withdraw from Ibo Town ñu toppale bi ma jëm lu ñu leen di toppee anaa ñoom ñoo moom dëkk bi ñoom ñoo war a contrôle nit ki fu mu war a dem ak fu mu du dem lan li ñoo toppee dañoo toppa nit ñi di leen jam di def lu nekk léegi su nit ñi réacté ñu ne nit ñi lu ñu def waruñu ko def lu tax loolu nañ explain story bi fi mu dooree ñoom ñoo toppa nit ñi from Ibo Town ci biir baadaala ñu daw si ñoom ñu mboto bi génn ñu ñëw ba majum ñu toppal bi majum place yi nit ñi ñu faa liggéeyal nekkul place yi bureau su fa nit ki demee loo faa wuti li ma wax mooy nit ñi ñun téye démba fuñ toppee ñooñu from Ibo Town ba majum lan loo tax ñu leen di topp bi majum loolu moo jar a laaj nit ku nekk majum loo fa wuti yow UDP nga yaa ngi support sa parti nit ki di support candidate am muy wóor di monitor situation comme ni moo monitor yow nga topp kooku noonu ba majum for what reason I think these are the things yoo xam ne na ko nit ñi wax waaye nag comme ni ma wax rek jaruñ ñu sori si loolu suñu amee e case nañ ko yóbbu police ñun am nañ case yóbbu nañ ko police. No, what stands out is exactly what we presented in our manifesto. Like I said, our program was not just based on talking. We developed a comprehensive manifesto and we developed our 10-point summary of the manifesto. And one of those is the economic empowerment that is targeting women and young people. The other part is the scholarships that we are going to bring back to the council that the current mayor and his people removed, and even though it was there, and that's targeting young people. We also want to establish a scholarship scheme for the best graduates of the municipality to go to university. And the other part is the sport component. And we've talked about it, that all parks within the municipality, all recreational centers within the municipality are supposed to be developed by the councils. And these are things that are going to benefit young people. It's not central government that's responsible for that. Unfortunately, it has not happened, and we want to ensure that we develop these recreational facilities, develop football fields and other sporting facilities that the young people are going to benefit from. But again, the idea of scholarships alone helps in terms of building the skills and the educational level of our youth. So either or, either sports, economic empowerment, or education, this is what we captured in our manifesto as the human capital development and the economic empowerment. No, we've always maintained peace. You know, everybody knows that. If anything, we've been to, like I said the other time, we went to Bakau during the caravan and we were stoned. We did not retaliate. We maintained peace and decorum. Last night, our people were attacked in our own zone of Ibo town, and yet still we withdrew from their area and went up to the highway, and they still followed us. So we are very peaceful, and we maintain that, and everybody knows that. But we will still echo the message that to everybody, to our supporters, to supporters of other parties, there is no reason why we engage in election violence. We all have programs, we sell it, our people come out and vote for us, and then whosoever wins, you know, we know that that's the person who have the mandate. So we want to encourage everyone for the rest of the day that we all maintain peace. And, you know, but there are certain things also that pushes one person, and I think we, all of us, need to avoid provocation because that's where everything starts. Just to thank you people, the media, and thank our electorates and our supporters. Yeah.
Well, viewers, that's Bakari Waibaji, the National People's Party's candidate for KM there, talking to the press shortly after he has cast his vote at Ibo Town Central Mosque. I mean, earlier on, I mean, independent candidate Pamodumbo also cast his vote at Bakote Lower Basic School. I mean, let's take a watch of this video, and when we come back, we will discuss more into the interview that Bakari Baji has just had with the press. Let's take a watch.
Okay. Yes, buddy.
Alaikum salam.
Modu
628.
Page 17.
Yeah.
628.
Yeah, 628. Can we have the finger to the left? All right. That's your token? Be careful, there's a stone there.
waaw jërë ngeen jëf media houses yi nga xam ne ñoo fi présent xaw ma ñan ñoo ñaan waaye tam soo introduction sa bopp dina doon mën a respond to that well campagne bi yëpp dem na ok waaye only problème si daan am mooy di usual problems rek mooy ñi nga xam ne dañoo xite sarta ay si nag dañ amoon lu mel ni campagne itinéraire boo xam ne dañu ko jox sarta yoo xam ne ñun ñëpp dañ ko respecté waaye NPP respecté ko parce que dañoo dem ay place di leen ko teg place yoo xam ne ñoom waruñu faa nekk loolu man ñu ma àndal ni serne lañ ay si serne lañ because maa ngi am serne yooyu suma téléphone bi te dem naa ba si ñoom wax la tegal leen ko te ñoom mujjee na ñoo déploy PIUs yoo xam ne dañoo ñëw pour saafara si diggante problème si nga xam ne moo daan xamoon problème si yooyu rek lañ am su passé loolu tam ñun amuñ dara pour def lu ñu xamal di seen politics to do askan bi lañ moo ñu ñor askan bi lañ jógal pour moo ñu soxal te ñoom lañ jël pour toppatoo so obviously ñun faale wuñ leneen waaye pour def wax nit ñi so ñi nga xam ne nag amul lu ñu wax askan bi ñoom xit na ñoom ñoo doon def di xita sarta te loolu lu ñu war loolu lu ñu war a stop la parce que loolu dafa xejamal élection war ta xejam nit ñi dañ am seen dañ am seen may ni boppa pour décider seen boppa kan lañ war a fuutal ku leen ko war a represent loolu war nañ ko forcer te su fekkee ne IEC ñoom dañ independent enough dañ war di jël sart dañuy war di jël matuwaay yu wér pour make sure ne ku xita sarta ñu jël penalty teg ko sa kaw xam naa ne nag man moom Pamadou su fekkoon ne suma team yi am xetul nañ indi sarta ndi kon tey pénalise nañ ñu waaye alhamdulilah rabbil alamin ñun loolu ekkati wuñu Gambia moo ñu ñor te di seen politique la ñoo wax loolu lañ fay introduce loolu lañ fay def te amul kenn ku ñu mën a indi ci leneen lu dul loolu. Paradise TV I requested it even GRTS they interviewed me but they never air it never is the word in capital letters on the line it was never aired they don't want people to hear me I don't care. But well, obviously because of little no, why invite them a debate? In the individual, I am not interested in that. Listen, I am not interested in that. All I'm interested in is in debate. Let's the three of us come on. Tahaw jakarlo ñi. No, no, come on, man. Listen. Well, listen, there was debate. There was debate. Okay, fine. Suñ ko ala wuté fine ngeen xam rek ne kon man suma manifesto bi yeen mu leen ko gis for the simple reason rek ne you know
why warlo tok ne so amu debate do dem media.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Kerfatu invite nañ ma, I was at Kerfatu. Everybody saw that. Duma bàyyi suma campaign pour war a dem meet suma electorate yi nga xam ne xamuñ ma in person. ñu ngi ma request pour ma war a ñëw taxaw pour war a nangu benn television interview. I will go to my people. I reach out to them.
That is not our fault.
No,
exactly.
Is that my fault?
You cannot blame it.
It's not my fault either. I need to satisfy my electorates. Because this is the first time my Tahouse campaign trail. They don't know me.
Okay, then
come on, I know. Come on,
that is
listen.
why we created the platform.
We've seen candidates, who have released their manifestos, even without going to the media for debate.
Yes.
I don't think that's an excuse to say the media did not invite you for debate. That's why I did not,
It was not literally a debate, but you still invited.
But you were invited. You were invited at Ketfadu, and then you were interviewed.
Right.
Okay. Could you tell us why you didn't release your manifesto?
Well, I talked to them about my manifesto. I was just dishing it out in piecemeal. Initially, the point highlighted the very first point that I said. I will digitalize the revenue base of it is on paper. It's on record. It's been gazetted.
But
by
the revenue is already digitalized.
No, how could, if it is digitalized, why would why is there a commission? The commission is embezzlement of funds. If that revenue was digitalized, it will people will not have access to money. Especially, talk less about embezzling it.
Well, that's Pam Odumbo, independent candidate in KM. They are talking to the press after he had cast his vote at Bakote lower basic school. I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, Pam Odu is talking about media blackout, not being invited to the media. Well, Mr. Mboj, you are my witness. I mean, personally, I have done all I could to have him on our countdown. I mean, sent several text messages and did many calls, but he never responded. But we will now cross over to Basse, where our correspondent Alaji A.F. Jallo is also on the line. Alaji, if you can hear me, where exactly in Basse are you at the moment, and what is the situation there?
All right, thank you very much, Aliu. Thank you. Welcome again to to another elections. At the moment, I am in Diabuguba Tapa in the Sandu district.
That's the hometown of Muhammadu Sise.
Yes. We've just ended his interview after when he has already casted his vote.
Okay. And how is the situation in Diabuguba Tapa?
Yeah, Diabuguba Tapa, as we speak, is a bit better considering comparing it to other pollings that we have visited. Because when we got up in the morning, we visited most polling stations in the region. We were in Basse. The turnout in the Basse provincial town is very, very, very low. We moved from Basse to Woolley West, and Woolley is the same scenario that's happening in Woolley West. It's low. So it's only Diabugo that we have seen a number of people, a handful of people are coming out to vote. We have found queue here. But most polling stations that we have visited, we have not found any queue. Maybe we only see very few people that will come cast their vote and go back. But as of now, the turnout is very, very low.
And I understand you spoke with Muhammadu Sise, who is from Diabugo Bataba, who is the candidate for NPP. What has he been telling you after he has cast his vote?
Yeah, we did not only speak to Mohammed, we spoke to almost all the candidates, the aspiring candidates for the chairmanship election. But with Mohammed, we've just ended his interview. He was also reiterating his campaign promises when he is elected. Well, he said he is very hopeful that he is going to win, considering what they have done during the campaign trail. So he's hopeful he will win, and then all that he is advocating for to make sure that when he comes to office, he changes status quo of the present council to bring development to the doorstep of the people. He said he has a policy that is all-inclusive policy. He is not leaving anybody behind. Even with the incumbent, he is ready to work with the incumbent in case the incumbent did not win, if he wins, and eventually he will take everybody on board to carry on his development agenda. So these are some of his words, that his statements he has been mentioning since we've spoke to him. And also, he also made mention of a very important thing. He said election comes and goes. So when the election ends, people should reunite, people should come together and put their political differences aside so that they will work together towards a common goal. These are some of the things he has been mentioning during his interview earlier.
And what about the incumbent, Fode Danjo?
We had an interview with Fode Danjo in the Basse, where he voted at the Kobakunda police station. Fode Danjo also mentioned similar things, because when we asked him whether if he's hopeful, he said, well, looking at all the development that he has brought to the people of URR, so there is no question that he is going to win. This is what he said. So, but in case when he wins, he will continue from where he stopped in some of the development he has been doing. But I also asked the same question, Mr. Danjo, in case you did not make it up, are you ready to work with the incoming chairman? He said yes. In case situation turn in another way around, he will hand over peacefully, because it's mandatory for any new person coming in for them to hand over. And also the transition will be easy. He will make it very easy so that the incoming that is coming will find it very easy to do his job. And he will also be ready to work with the coming chairman to be able to guide him through, because he was there and knows how councils operate. So these are some of his statements that he has mentioned. But when he crossed over to the North Bank for us to meet the Wuli East candidate, that is the Alaji Karamoture, the PDIS candidate. Alaji Karamoture voted in Kolibantang, that is Kolibantang police station. When we spoke to Alaji Karamoture, he said, he also mentioned the same thing, because all of them, when you ask them whether if they are hopeful to win, this is what they will say. They said they will all win. We don't know who will be the victor at the end of the day, but as of now, they have all proclaimed to be winners at the end of the election. So Karamoture also mentioned very important thing. He said most of his priorities as of now when he comes to office is thinking of giving clean and potable drinking water to the people. If you look at it in URR, that has been the major problems for people in most communities. Access to clean drinking water is a problem. So this is what is happening as of now in URR. We are crisscrossing the length and breadth of the region to see what is happening in all the polling stations. We are working with the Independent Electoral Commission. They are facilitating our movement to most of these polling stations as we speak. So in Diabugu, that is where we are, and it is only in Diabugu we have observed a good number of people that have turned out to vote. Apart from Diabugu, as of now, the polling where we have visited, the rest of the polling stations are all very dull. People are not turning up, but maybe before the end of the poll, by 5 o'clock, as most of the voters that we have spoken to, they said we are approaching the rainy season, and during this period, most of the people, if you will not find them in their various households, they are in the bush trying to work on their farms because the rainy season is approaching. These are some of the things that the excuses they have been given. If you look at the last councillorship election, the excuses were Ramadan. And this time around, this is not Ramadan, people are not Ramadan, and the temperature is not very bad. So now the excuse they are coming up with, the farmers have gone back to their farms to prepare their farms to for the rainy season, because at the moment they are all in the farms. So maybe before the end of the election period, they will come to cast their votes in their respective polling station.
And in terms of security, how is the security situation across the polling stations in URR?
Yeah, in relation to security, Ali, the security is well placed. They have actually done their job very well. We have visited most police stations. This is where we have the general duty police officers. They have manned their respective polling stations, taking care of controlling the crowd and also managing the people. The security, as of now, is okay. The paramilitary, we have also met with them. They are patrolling the area because we know the number of the paramilitary we have in the region. They are not substantial, but the police duty have been dispatched to all the police stations. So every police station we go, we will find either 2 or 3 police officers manning the station to be able to take care of the security. So there are no security threats as of now. The election is going on peacefully. The environment is very conducive as we speak, Aliu.
Just briefly, if you could summarize, this thing in Mandinka and Fula for us, for the sake of those watching and those following us on Q Radio as well, Alaji, briefly.
All right. Abarka baki aliu ngamol be tentu ngamo jay nying de wato min na kote be nga kalamata ko election nying electoral cycle nyebe kala la bangoti anu wolom di chairmanship election bota council referendum da chairman alu nyinin karo ke be tundo minto wala mbedula minto tenten tembe damin mbe fo diabugu ba tapa sandugu district jelam di National People's Party la candidate nata wote jele ba albe akaramata na candidate be dawo dan ka bulen no malen ke nyininka ke batala ke nyininka komi election la tamandir nyabe taka nyami telefone yaje nyami so ala nata ke budata diabugu ngate fongo tarajang diabugu nyin tembo nga police station mbe visit nyin somanda diabugu damanne ngaje ko molbe funtikan ka la carte fay bari purin jamal mbije nin taraje mbuka mojije na IC official anindi purin official ka wolda man tara siri mo man na funti bari diabugo nga munje da nyafa do man because mo be funti kanne do amansia bari mo be funti kanne ka woteke bari alana ta ken nin candidate fango diamuta wolom di candidate NPP la candidate wolom Mohamed Cissé nga nyininka nyinde ite election ni yaji nyade aka fana yajal ko nyin tembo mo man funti bari o matina ko multe funti la because ferel be landere ne pour mo be funti la nyane so kamala ko fanan nyinin karo kanan fanan na nyinin ka sande natra ite gagneta ebe mun be kele la tarambuloti fo mum botaje bang ni be do ko kele la ko ha itella tarambulo mum muneti nyin ka mobe sama nyolaital man la fika mo wala ko all inclusive man la fika motu koma hanata mum minunje wala fode dañote nata ala nata ke ate fana man na gagné ate Mohamed Cissé nata dunta office kono anabe do ko kala nyolale ko ba yaro dingolom kaje ko mbenga kamben ka ke kilinti ka yirwa do ko kanati anun ay kumandiro fana yita ala molla ka foye ko politiko akanale akata min politiko nato wato nata nga politiko ko ay tambe ba ni politiko tambeta mbenga na nyokan nga waliyo bula isaje ko nse yirwa sotono so Mohamed Cissé nyin kuole banque kabrin nabe kacala so ay nyim mobe yaasi bari kumo fanan kono nata na kaca jamal le soto nin candidate do bari nga dati min tole nga dati basele kabrin mo somanda ala nata kentara ko ba kunda na UDP candidate o nying wolom di fode danjodi incumbent ate ala carte o fajele ate fanan kabra e carte fay na nyinin karo kele ka nyinin ka ko election ngi nyami afana yajele ko so manda de kabra e carte fay mol man funti surtout ala tunnoto ay carte o fay dami mol man na bari ako halisa jiko bijele janning election be banna isaje ko mol se futina se carte fay nyinin karo fana ngi itata la ka foko na tara ko in case iteman na gagner do nata na dung nata na gagner foy na be do ko kela ako ha be mu gambe dingol leti so woto nyimu election to rek election ni man gagner ni ate fanan ate wasio dila ko nata aman gagner mumbina la anoma abe silo itala anda ba jelelo ko fembe mu yalon ko pour ka diala pour ay do ko ay sonya afana be kela ani wobe do ko kela le so awo fana yitale so nata na buje sawuntana nata wulli ma fawla mbe ngalo ne yuwara candidate sabale do taje wolom de UDP NPP anin PDOIS so PDOIS candidate ka fatere Alaji Karamo Touré kabri molning Alaji Karamo Touré fana kacata afana e kuma kilometer ka ita ko ateniaje fana allota ka je ko chairmanship election ni nyinin ako ala mol be bata dalato mol be bala supu jiola fanala nyaaji be yuwarar sate jamal bije jimingo aka ke kolealti so woto ketatila hamude natara ko aten nata office wala be kelala posting mun ki mi ala be wodo ko la pour ka jio ka nati mole so nata ke fana ko nata fana man na gagner ani sang abe continuer le pour ka je ko anim woldol mu yalan ko e lota pour ay sementu ya ani e do ko ke yirwabe sotolo nyane so nyin tembo wala be kere yuwara mbe ngalon chairmanship electional be kere bare nyaaji be police station beto ngamulbe taram mulbeto wala wulli wulli west sandu anim basse sandu damman tara diabugo ngamulta je wo tomal be mol man funtenan so woto ngamun yilla dal asikeno nyin chairmanship election wala be doyala ka tambi even ani councilorship election in URR nga wala folo yilla so woto alusite nyine be kere nyin tembon URR election wala fanala
tanko nyimbe nyaade je tanko nyim
aliou abarka bake yan hakilo bulandi yenyinin karo fananke tanko la fanala tonya tanko nyin aba nyamale nyaajibe na polisol mulyalo itelle marta tanko la police kundato yela mu jandande dulal beto na dulal be mun jibe ntara damin da o da nga polisol tarajele ni man police fula taraje e police aba taraje so do polisol wol be la doko kala me tamanta man kono ni la para police intervention unit ni benta ke wol man sia na region o bari wala do comité e be tala ka murumuru ne ka dulaji be natara ko batadal manta so wol fanam bela murumuru wala bodde police general duty wol be sirine ning IC official be do kola e rangol be taka nyami be topoto kan so woto tenkumo be kiri janne election be taka nyama hani fen se moment silari pour ka fundi kala ka election ke so yin tembo wala be kiri security be taka nyami nyamale police fanam be siri be la do kola alu sise
do wondo abla alaji o waktu do ko hodo wada he URR he ko e kanisa jidi ko be woni halde fode danjo Muhammad Sehe alaji Karamo Touré
jarama fota Aliou Cissé men jarana on men jarna fof wonɓe darde walla hettade QTV e Q radio ha joni ko élection goɗɗo mo wonɗen enen fof hande yawti councilorship élection en naati e chairmanship te ko o woni darnel élection e nder leydi Gambia ɗo feero ɗo ni min komin woni haalde ɗo miɗo ha Diabougou Ba Tappa mo andi Diabougou Ba Tappa ɗum ko Sandugu district woni e hinnangue URR men ari ɗo subaka men haaldi e candidate oɗon National People's Party woni NPP candidate mun ko ɗo Mohamed Cissé ko kanko men haalde kono before men ara URR men rewno dulaji hewɗi ko batte men fuɗɗori ko toon UDP candidate o woni Fodé Dandio Koba Kunda police station ko toon o woti min iwi to men ari ko Alaji Karamo Touré kono guili men ari Diabougou komin tawi Diabougou kon min tawan ɗon dulaji hewɗi because a ndaari Diabougou ko ɗo ren men tawi yimɓeɓe no rangi no wotude kono police station ji men yeehi fof koɗo woni Basse Wulli East Wulli West police station ji ɗin fof fayda men tawata yimɓe no dari toon no wota ko polling officers walla electoral officers walla security officers ko ɓen men tawata no jooɗita ha goto ala toon kono Diabougou woodi 5 polling station
alaji thank you so much alaji a jarama that's our correspondent Alaji AF Jallow updating us live from Diabougou Patapa, which is almost 30 kilometers from Basse. We now cross over to Banjul, where Gulden Jai is now at Gambia High, where Ibu Fai, the NPP's candidate, is supposed to cast his vote. Julde, if you can hear me exactly, what is the situation at Gambia High at the moment?
Well, currently we are at Gambia High awaiting for Ibu Fai to come and cast his vote. But before then, we are faced with a little issue here between the members of supporters of the United Democratic Party and the National People's Party. Allegedly, they're saying that the National People's Party is alleged to have been buying votes and inducement of voters here, giving them money to go and vote. And then certain members of the United Democratic Party intruded and they decided to film the issue that is happening. As you can see, the crowd behind me, that is the members of the police force. They are here to disperse the crowd, and of course we see the members of the Independent Electoral Commission are here, and Ibu Fai himself is here waiting to cast his vote. So currently this is the tension that we are seeing here between the members of the United Democratic Party and that of the NPP, that is the National People's Party. Here with me, I have Suleiman Jouf, who is from the Independent Electoral Commission, to give us an overview as to what actually transpired here. Mr. Jouf, thank you very much for granting us the interview. Please tell us what actually happened here.
What is happening here is I can see people that are voters around here. Maybe not all of them are voters around here, but then people are taking the law in their own hands. We have educated people that whenever you cast your vote, what is required of you by law, just go home and then listen to the Independent Electoral Commission to give you the results at the time polls close. That is what is expected of them. But then, no, they are not doing that. They've decided to come and camp outside the police station. This is at Gambia High School. But then we are trying to see if they can definitely listen to us, and the security are doing all what they can to make sure that people are dispersed, to make sure that polling continues smoothly at Gambia High School. So this is what is happening. And then I don't know if the elders of Banjul hear my message right now. I want them to talk to the people of Banjul, and I know as elders, people will respect them, and then all this we are doing to make sure that there is calm and peace in Banjul. I know Banjul is just one family. We are appealing to the people of Banjul.
So thank you. As you can see, that's the vehicle here of the National People's Party, and according to the members of the Independent Electoral Commission, it's not supposed to be here in the first place. According to the people we spoke to, they said this is the reason why they even started the fight in the first place, because the NPP parked their vehicle here right opposite where the polling station is. So this is that is the situation right now. So members of the security forces are asking the NPP to actually remove the NPP vehicle here, that it is not needed here because it is in violation of the Election Act. And of course, tension is high. As you can see, the members of the police are trying so hard to disperse the crowd, but we can still see people here. It is proving to be really difficult here, Aliu.
Well, Julde, earlier on, I mean, you mentioned there was some sort of fracas or tension regarding alleged voter buying. I mean, any idea how much they were offering?
According to the people that we spoke to, of course, we spoke to members of the security forces and certain members of the UDP and others NPP to have both sides of the story. The UDP is claiming that the people are buying votes in an amount of $2,000 to $3,000, and the NPP is saying that no, that's not the case. They're just here to make sure that, to talk to their people, to orient them further as to what is actually how to vote and all that. But the UDP is saying that no, they were actually inducing people trying to buy votes from them with $2,000, $3,000 is going up. So that is the situation here. Actually, these are the two sides that we heard from the NPP and of course the UDP. We don't actually know what the situation is, but allegedly the members of the United Democratic Party filmed the members of the NPP when they were trying to buy these votes, and that is how the issue, the tension actually started. So here at the July 22nd Square here in Banjul at the Act 22. So we are here still, the members of the security forces are here to listen to both sides to see actually how to disperse the crowd. So that is the NPP, of course, and the UDP officials. They are all here trying to disperse the crowd, but it is really difficult. And of course, Ibufai is right there. He is seated there waiting to cast his vote. But as we speak right now, it is difficult. He's supposed to cast his vote in the next 16 minutes, but we are not sure if he is going to make it on time, because unless and until the crowd is really put under control, I don't think that will be possible for now. But let's just hope that the crowd will be dispersed and then voting continues as normal.
Thank you very much. That's my colleague Julde Njai live at the Never Again Memorial Arch at the entrance of Banjul. I mean, reporting some sort of here and there, Mr. Mboch. I mean, issue of alleged voter buying, and all those stuff. I mean, this is something that in the council's election, it came up. There were allegations of vote buying, and then others denying it. The same matter is coming up again. Are you surprised?
No, not
that
really.
It is happening even. It is allegedly happening even on a day of election.
Absolutely. Yes, particularly in Banjul, wasn't it? There were rumors of that sort of thing going on, but nothing was ever substantiated. Yes, I mean, given the tension, and we have to accept this, in pockets of our country between UDP and NPP, some of these things can erupt, but it depends on how the police and security forces will manage it and move on. It need not be a big thing at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, seeing even the IC head in Banjul appealing on Banjul elders to come out and talk to the people.
And the party.
Yeah.
The party organizers, the leaders, they should be able to control, hopefully they should be able to control some of these people, really. So it takes everybody, the IEC, the police, the party leaders themselves, to control the people.
But I think, let's now go to pipeline where my colleague Ansman Esonyase is. I mean, the party leader Osoni Dawo is there talking to the press. Let's take a listen.
Single mothers cannot afford rent, so he has to provide for them. That is better than taking, dust, unwashed gravel, keeping it on the road, and saying we are going to take it. It's no use to that woman who cannot afford rent. That is not the consolation to that woman
Well, I mean, that's my colleague, Sonyasi, is there talking to the leader of the United Democratic Party, Honorable Lawyer Usainu Dabo. I mean, we're struggling to get a quality audio. The technical team is working on that to get a quality audio as far as that interview with the leader of the United Democratic Party is concerned. I mean, it's an all-important elections, especially for NPP and UDP. Mr. Mboch, I mean, like I said, I mean, you had the head of the IEC regional office in Banjul appealing on Banjul elders to come out and talk to the people.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I said. It's not simply about the Banjul elders. We should also expect the party organizers as well to control their people. If at all those people are supporters, the party should be able to control that.
But they should even know the rules governing this whole process.
Absolutely.
I mean, these are things that should have been done by maybe just ordinary supporters who don't know, but I mean,
but
you don't expect such from people who...
But you just know, you can never really control all aspects of any situation, especially where you have one group of people against another group, especially elections. It's almost like a sport.
Yeah.
People with their different parties, you know, the confrontation. So it's always inherently, you might have something like that. The potential is there. So it depends on how the authorities respond to it, that we can contain and control it. So that's really the matter. But sometimes these things do happen, depends on how you control them.
But I mean, one would say the signs were there, I mean, from yesterday, from last week, especially yesterday night. I mean, we saw videos of, you know, people, you know, trying to film others. Okay, they are chasing after us or they are buying votes. I mean, we even saw a video where someone was being, you know, tear gassed and all those stuffs.
Absolutely. Some people will always go overboard.
Yeah.
This is what we are saying. How do you control a situation in such a way that everybody will behave as they should? You know what I mean? That's really very, very difficult to do. I mean, yes, whatever was happening on social media, you know, there wasn't much that we can do. But today, on the ground, the security forces must really control whatever's going on so that people can vote. Really, today on the ground, really, security forces must try to stop whatever's going on so that people can vote and they wouldn't stop, it wouldn't disrupt the election, the smooth running of the election. But hopefully we wouldn't have too much of this little unsavory confrontations, as it were, unnecessary really.
And talking about the security, the need to control the situation. I mean, crowd control has always been an issue. Sometimes they also overreact and they make it worse. I mean, what will you advise to the security forces in such situations? As
far as I'm aware, in Banjul, you don't have huge crowds. Yeah. They're not that many really, so it should be controllable in such a way that it will be even-handed. See, that's all we require. We don't want any sort of extra brutality, unnecessary brutality or reactions. That's all unnecessary, really. Even-handed reaction, to appropriate reaction to a situation to deal with it.
But with such reports, allegations here and there, will this have any effect or any impact on the outcome of the results, of the elections?
From what we've heard, it's just a minor thing going on in Banjul.
In terms of, you know, the fairness, the credibility, the freeness, and all those stuff. These are some of the issues that people might use to say, I mean, how credible was the elections? How free and fair was it?
People can say whatever they want to say, but what is it that they can substantiate?
Yeah.
We're going by evidence. What is the evidence? Yeah. Say whatever, but do you have the evidence?
And that's why we use alleged to make sure, you know.
That is the important thing for us. But people will make all sorts of claims. Some people are just sore losers. Whenever they lose, they'll try to come up with all sorts of reasons, you know, why it didn't happen. But more sensible people will be looking to the evidence really to make our decisions.
Well, viewers, that's Modern Watch. It's just some minutes past midday here in Banjul, and you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. My name is Aliou Cisse, and we're also broadcasting from across the country. I mean, let's now head back to Pipeline, where Usainu Dabo is talking to my colleague Ansumane Sonyasi. Let's take a listen.
Nali yoke ale Gambia fafa nali adi ni molda ale Gambia jamfa so more basically yela ka fa yeta resto kono yela moy results même fo kavo ko denku loi bunya mel ko fo ibe na 40 ans dana nga 40 wala yudi loi bunya ibe na 40 ans so fonko taliben ding bu ka fo no fo de ko ñene be kitabo dal fo de di kan tabo ba fu la gambe ko beye ala nga ma kunga nga loi bunya adun nimme nyimira ka ko sembo be tan ko la hawla wala quwwata illa billah sembe te mongo sembo be ndaman so power belongs to the people. We have the power and nobody should deceive himself that you have power. It is our telenga adila anim para ka te bun batale kunun ya jo ya fonyo ko mansa bondila ni mansa manke kilinte ndo le na ko joro ka mansa bondi mansol binabo wala mo ko sala
an gafna wa salam ka de kuma la fajam yang ka kuma ta bakele e ko kunun ye molle mu tamula lan ko ye sindi dulato lu wakante
well force imprisonment
akela patio ko no dulale ka dina to
ni mu kule tuma yalo ka ko dunya bele bakala men nyanta weke nin man nyanta mem nyanta no manke woto abe ku kasta ku wulu adun dodo malafo nin banko ko nin dula ko tan no yeye liye buta dam nin gambian ko nin tella ma ya
Well, that's the leader of the United Democratic Party, lawyer Usainu Dabo. They are talking to the press. I mean, certainly after he has cast his vote. I mean, he is the leader of the United Democratic Party, and in his interview, you have heard him, I mean, emphasizing the need for people to behave well. I mean, he's promoting peaceful conduct before and during after the elections as well. I mean, he's asking people to respect the law and, you know, saying that power belongs to the people. At the end of the day, it is people who will decide who is going to head the councils and the municipalities. That's the leader of the United Democratic Party, Usainu Dabo. I mean, Mr. Mboj, quite timely statement there from the leader of the UDP, calling on people to respect the law, to, you know, conduct themselves in a manner that will, you know, promote peace and stability, and reminding people once again that power belongs to the people. How timely is this statement coming at a time when we are hearing these reports coming from Banjul?
The president said it. Everybody's been saying it.
Yeah.
Everybody's been preaching peace. It's just that at moments like this, you may have certain unruly groups who decide to do whatever they want to do to disrupt the flow, as it were, of the elections.
Mr. Mboj, I mean, those are the live images from Banjul. That's Ibu Fai, the NPP's candidate, who is now arriving at Gambia High School to cast his vote. Ibu Fai is contesting for the second time in this mayoral election. He contested in 2018 as an independent candidate and lost to the incumbent Rahim Malik Low, and he is now seeking no, he's now trying another luck. I mean, this time under the ruling party, that's the National People's Party. I mean, let's see how it goes. But those are live images from Banjul, Gambia High. Mr. Yes.
Yes, quite interesting. There are the two who lost in KMC back at the badge as well, lost as an independent. Now they're with the NPP. So this is it, Aliu. Everybody's been preaching peace. Everybody really wants peace, but situations like this, you may have a renegade group, you know, a rogue group, you know, that just causes noise, causes problems. So we have to calculate that some of these things might happen, but when they do happen, what do we do next? We do not want any escalations, as it were. We want to control things as appropriately as possible so that we can ensure smooth elections. So we hope that in Banjul they were handling it well for the voting to continue smoothly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mboj. Well, viewers, nyintemento sa fono Ibu Fai me alanko atlemu NPP la candidate basse Banjul rada wala pura Gambia High pour kala carte Fai mbok ngami ina sran Q TV ak ngami ina ngi deglu Q radio len xamale fu nekk ni ak ngami mo nekk Ibu Fai mo nekk indi NPP la NPP sen candidate fala ca Banjul ak sina fala ca Gambia High comme no ko nekk di ci screen ci ak sina pour ñew sànni li nga xam ne moo nekk carton fale ca Gambia bi mu nekk ñaareel yoon Ibu Faye di jongante si élection bi ni in 2018 taxawoon na waaye bu jota win gannaaw bi ñu gisee Rohey Malick Lowe nga xam ne moom moo nekk njëlbeen force jigéen kuñ tànn pour nekk mayor ñu fal ko in 2018 Ibu Faye mu ngi ñëwaat this time pour bokk si jongante bi ni as candidate pour National People's Party waaye balaa Ibu Faye di doon egsi dégg ngeen ak nga xam ne moo nekk di leader of United Democratic Party nga xam ne moo nekk Ousainou Darboe mu ngi di waxtaan ak sunu taskati xibaar yi di wane kontante am waaye nag di ñaax Gambian si pour ñu dal toppal di nga xam ne loi bi loolu la wax waaye ñaan na ñëpp pour ñu dem sànni seen carte suñu pare ñu dellu seen kër yi ñu xaar official announcement pour results yi waaye xam na leen ko déggee rek mu ngi wax ne daal doole ji nit yi ñoo ko amee nit yi ñoom ñooy fol ñoom ñooy génnee nit ñi ci place am so mu ngi ñaax ñëpp pour ñu dal ñu promote li nga xam ne moo nekk jaama te foo na wax bi lu bu am solo la gis ku mel ni lawyer Ousainou Darboe génn si di wax façon kaddu yi nii si bés boo xam ne bési élection la foo na am na solo te am naa yaakaar ne ndaw yi ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi fa espère ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi support UDP ñu ngi support yeneen parti dinañ déglu kaddu yi nga xam ne lawyer Ousainou Darboe gaaral na ko bu yàggul rek di ñaax ñëpp pour ñu dal pour xam ne jàmm mooy lépp waaye nag élection la tam so dañ expect ne ñëpp dinañ génn pour dem sànni seen carte kooku moo nekk Ibu Faye NPP seen candidate bi gis ngeen ko mu ngi noonu Ibu Faye xam naa moom tam dina ñëw wax ak taskati xibaar yi gannaaw bi mu sànni carte am fale ca Gambia High well viewers that's Ibu Faye who has just cast his vote, and so immediately after that he will talk to the press. I mean, like we have had with other candidates as well. But like I said, I mean, this is QTV. I mean, this is a live broadcast. We are broadcasting from here, from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue, and also across the country, as we have our reporters across the country to bring us up to speed as to what's been happening around the country. Like I said, my colleague Modu Gajaga is in Brikama. I mean, where we know, I mean, Yankuba Darboe of the United Democratic Party is going to vote at Kafuta. Ahmed Jite, independent candidate, is voting at Kitty Village. CDC will be voting at Brufut, and of course, Gena Baba of PPP is voting at Brikama. And of course, we have Bakari B. Bande, who is in Mansa Konko, our correspondent there, will be also giving us updates from the Lower River region. We have Don Williams in North Bank region to bring us up to speed from Kerawan Area Council's election, where we have Malamin I.L. Bojang of the United Democratic Party, Papa Tungara of the of NPP battling out for the seat of the... Let's now head to Banjul, where Ibu Faye is now taking to the press, and then we'll be back soon. Let's take a listen.
Just happy and excited and comfortable.
What did you make of the outcome?
Very good. We're trying to mobilize our people as much as possible to come and vote. And that's the main thing now. We have passed the campaign period, which was done peacefully. And now it's just to cast the votes, and our mobilization have been doing very well.
Are you optimistic of winning today?
I'll win, no doubt about that.
We have seen earlier on there was a little bit of tension between the members of the UDP and NPP, and the NPP is alleged to have, been induced voters buying. And how would you react to this situation?
Why do we need to induce voters when we are winning? They are losing, that's why they are creating tension, and it's not necessary.
But you were there, you saw the situation, you saw everything that...
What you said was alleged was wrong. It's not correct. So what you said is wrong. That's why I said, why do we need to allege? Why do we need to induce voters? You were there and you saw it. I was sitting down, I haven't seen anybody buying votes. So why do you have to bring it up?
Okay, what message do we have to the natives of Banjul?
We have to just do the election peacefully. We are one Banjul. It's only today. Tomorrow is another day. And we'll be peaceful. We do the election with calm, peaceful. You know, we go back to our own selves after this. That is peace and tranquility. As the president said, without peace, there is no development. So we have to maintain the peace. Election come and go, but we stay. So let's maintain the peace. You know, there's no need for all this tension. Just vote, go home, sit down, relax, and we win and we celebrate. That's what we are urging everybody. Election bi jaama rek nañ ko def ci jaama rek nañ ko def ci jaama election dafa ñëw dafa dem so luñ mun di def nañ ko def ci jaama ñun ñëpp benn lañ ñun ñëpp waa Banjul lañ liñ bugg a Banjul wéccee ko so nañ ñëw vote rek ñu wécci Banjul. Non dama win loolu moom xelaatuma ko sax dama win naka laay winee mooy wax ji.
léegi soo winee ndax soo winutee tamit ndax di nga support ku fa nekk.
Of course, no matter how daanu before this. So lolu mom amut ba pare loi bi la. Loi bi moy do winee do lose da nga daaw. Mom la wa lana tay ñuy jënda te ñu ngi win. Ni duñ pour jënda.
Lan mo wone ne da ngeen win.
Harama ansa ba pare. Ah. Lana tax ñuy jënda ak kana gis kuy jënda. Ak ñu ne dañoo jënda kana gis kuy jënda anamu génneel évidence yi IEC bank fi génneel évidence yi ñun ni duñ pour jënda carte Banjul NPP lañ te dañoo win so loolu amul problème 5 o'clock sa bu leer bala 2 o'clock sa bu leer I did accept. I don't have a choice. This is Gambia. It's governed by laws. So if you lose, you have to accept. Why? Because I'm a pure Banjulian and I'm a leader. The mayor who was here was not a leader. He could not unite Banjulians. My role, no, you just wait. The most important thing is to unite people, bring people together and move on the agenda of development. No, go and read my manifesto, you will see that. It is not time for here. Okay. I've already answered that. Okay. What next? Okay. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Well, it's politics, so obviously it's interesting. Well, that's Ibu Fai, I mean, the NPP's candidate in Banjul. They are taking to the press. I mean, it sounds very optimistic, and at some point, I think he was trying to lose it, Mr. Buch. Yes. Especially when Julde was trying to, ask a follow-up questions.
Some sort of back temper.
Yeah.
Was kind of creeping in there.
Yeah. Exactly. I know Julde is still on the line. Julde. Hello, Julde. Yes, I mean, you've just spoken to Ibu Fai, the NPP's candidate. He sounds very confident, though. Yes, Mr. Moy, yes. Like I said, I mean, he sounds very confident, but at some point he was losing it.
More than confident, he was cocksure. Yeah.
He
said, I'm winning, I'll win. That's more than confidence. Of course, he seemed irritated by some of the questions.
Especially when it comes to the vote buying.
Yes, and that allegation's been swirling about Banjul in Banjul for a while now. But that's it. All that talk now is over, really. Let's just forget about that. It's about the voting now and for us to get the facts, really. The campaigning over, claims and counterclaims, they're all gone now. Okay. It's simply about the vote.
Let's now go back to my colleague, Julde. Julde, I mean, there you had Ibu Fai. Like I said, I mean, I was just discussing with Mr. Mboch. He sounds very confident, but at some point he was losing it, right?
He was really losing it, Aliu, because of because of everything that happened earlier on. You wouldn't blame him. And even the question that I answered, he find it really annoying to answer. But anyway, we have seen the situation here. There's been a tension between the UDP, and the allegations are really serious. Voter buying and of course the inducement of voters is really a serious crime. But then according to him, they have no reason to buy votes, because according to him the NPP is winning. I don't know where he based that from, but according to him the NPP is winning and they have no reason whatsoever to buy votes or to induce people into really voting for the National People's Party. But also one message that he really sent out is the message of peace. He called on Banjulians and the Gambian people at large to maintain the peace and tranquility of the Gambia, to vote and go back to their respective places. According to him, Banjul needs a leader who will unify people, who will unite everybody, not a leader who will divide people. And he believes that he is that leader who will unite people rather than divide people. He said, of course, he sounds very optimistic of winning today's elections, whether he will win or not. But I also asked if he did not win, in a case like he did not win, whether he is ready to accept the results. And he said he is ready to accept the result, not just accept, but he is also ready to work with the incumbent, for the development of Banjul, because according to him, he lost in the 2017 mayoral election, where he was defeated by the incumbent mayor of the Rahim Ali Glow. So according to him, this is not but it's not really a new thing, but he will accept the results, and but he calls on people to vote wisely, vote peacefully, and go back to their houses and maintain the peace and tranquility of this country. Elections will come and go, but the country stays and the Banjul stays. So it's really important for really people to vote wisely and peacefully and go back to their houses.
And do the generally, how's the atmosphere in Banjul? I mean, as we speak, how's the atmosphere in Banjul? And of course, even the turnout. I mean, have you seen any improvement in terms of the voter turnout at the moment?
No, Aliu, especially in this polling station. I think in Makati Square was better than this polling station. The IC officials that I spoke to earlier on, they said in the morning the voter turnout was really good, but right now as we speak it's really low. But perhaps people will go in the evening or around 2 or after 2, people will come out to vote. But as we speak, the voter turnout here in this polling station is very low. And we have in other police stations here also we have 3 streams, and each of the streams has 3 IEC officials and 2 party agents, and of course 2 members of the security forces here. They're all here, but the voter turnout has not really been impressive in this polling station as well. But unlike the other one in Makati Square, it was relatively peaceful and calm. But here, like I mentioned earlier on, the tension that happened here, we don't know if we are really foreseeing another tension here in the evening or whatsoever. But right now the police, members of the security forces are able to disperse the people, and the environment is they restored sanity once again in here at Banjul. But we don't know whether incidents of this nature would happen again or not. But as we speak, they are all here, the members of the security forces, to ensure that there is peace and tranquility throughout the electoral cycle. But voter turnout has been low generally here.
Thank you very much, Julden Jai, reporter reporting live from Banjul, Gambia High School, to be specific, where the NPP's candidate Ibu Fai has just cast his vote. And as you have heard from him earlier on, I mean, he sounds very confident that he is winning, and I think he was irritated when he was asked about the alleged vote buying, which to him is not making sense, as he is so that he is going to win. But let's see how it goes. I mean, 5 p.m. will tell. Mr. Mboj.
Yes, I was just wondering, how do you buy votes? I give you money, but say when I go in there, the polling booth is secret ballot. Yeah. Nobody can see. I mean, I don't know, anybody who does that, you're really wasting your money. How do you guarantee?
And why do they trust that process?
But that's just the way we do it here. You're going to have this kind of allegations. We just hope that people who make these allegations, you can back them up. Do you have the evidence? The police, how are they responding to it? Let's just be careful. These things do not escalate and broaden out to other areas.
I think sometimes that's a problem. How do you get that substantive evidence that there was vote buying?
Absolutely. I haven't the slightest idea. I've never seen it. I don't know how they do it, and I do not see the wisdom in it. I'm not sure how do you guarantee that when I give you money, then you will vote for me. I do not know how one can have that guarantee. So these are just speculations and the like, and quite destructive as well. They're very destructive from the substance of the issue. So I hope that we wouldn't be hearing much of this sort of thing at all.
I hope not, but I mean, like I said, I mean, we have our reporters across the country to give us updates from whatever is happening from the areas they are. Like I said, I mean, we have Bakari Bibane in Mansa Concord, Don Williams in Karawan, Ibrahim Jallo in Janjambure, and Alaji F. Jallo in Basse. I mean, Modu Gajaga, Ibrahim Bande, Ansman Esonyasi, Jenava Sonko, I mean, Julden Jai, Lamin Dabo, Babukar are all, out in the field trying to give us updates from where they are. And like I said, I mean, it's election day here in the Gambia. Gambians are voting in the second phase of the local government election. This time they are voting for the mayors and chairmen of the area councils across the 8 area councils in the country. I mean, we have seen the NPP is putting up 8 candidates in all the area councils. I mean, GDC is putting up 1 candidate. I mean, of course, PPP also is putting up one candidate. I mean, and we have several other independent candidates as well. I mean, when you look at it, just to give you a recap of who actually the candidates are across the country. In Banjul, we have Ibu Fai, National People's Party, Rohim Malik Lo, United Democratic Party, who is the incumbent. And in KM, we have Talib Ahmed Bensouda, UDP, incumbent mayor. Bakari Y. Baji, NPP, contested in 2018, lost, and is seeking is making another try under the ruling National People's Party. And we have Pamodumbo, independent candidate. In Brikama, we have Yankuba Dabo, United Democratic Party. We have Sidi Sise, NPP, Jena Baba, PPP. We have Yankuba Jallo, independent candidate. Ahmed Jite, independent candidate. Saliu Jallo, independent candidate. Ibrahima J.S. Sane, independent candidate. Baisi Saho, independent candidate. And Amadou Mukhtar Cham, independent candidate. In Kerawan, we have Papa Tunkara, NPP. Malamin I.L. Bojang, UDP, incumbent chairman of the Kerawan Area Council. We have Babu Kebe, independent candidate. In Mansakonko, there are only 2 candidates, and we have Keba Dem, National People's Party, and Landing B. Sane, United Democratic Party, who is the incumbent. In Janjambure, we have Haruna Bari, GDC, Suleiman Sawane, National People's Party, Malik Sow, UDP, and Alaji A.S. Boy, independent candidate. In Kuntawur, we have Abdullah Keita, Gambia for All Party, Sehu Jawara, who is the incumbent NPP, elected in 2018 on the GDC, cross-capital NPP, and he's seeking re-election for the Kuntawur Area Council. And we have Alaji S.B. Silla of UDP, former National Assembly member for Nyani constituency, who is standing for the United Democratic Party. And in Basse, you have Muhammadu Sise, NPP, for the Danjo UDP, and Alaji Karamo Toure, PDYS. So these are the 29 candidates who are contesting. The initial candidates that had expressed interest were 32, and we had 3 of them withdrawing. I mean, that is Abdullah Jallo of GDC in Kerawan Area Council. We saw Bakari Saibo Sane and, of course, Lamin Jame, both independent candidates in the Brikama Area Council, also withdrawing as announced by the Independent Electoral Commission. So that's what's happening. Gambians are heading to the polls to vote in these important elections. There's been so much interest as far as this election is concerned. I mean, candidates have been busy, I mean, canvassing votes, and today is a day that, I mean, voters will decide who they are going to vote for. I mean, considering the importance of the councils, I mean, very important as far as, I mean, the development of communities are concerned. So, Mr. Mboch, I mean, when you look back, the role of councils, I mean, and where we are, I mean, you've witnessed Jawara's era, Jame, and now Barrow. I mean, do you think, I mean, the councils are really living up to that expectation? If you had to compare, I mean, what used to happen during Jawara's time, Jame, and now Barrow?
I have to tell you something. It was perhaps even maybe worse during Jawara's time. Okay. It never really occurred to us. The idea of local government councils, perhaps it was the age as well, but it never really had the high profile as the presidential or the parliamentary elections had. So to be quite honest, it's never been really considered that much. So maybe we should carry out the right reforms to make these local elections more relevant. There's something that we need to do to make them more relevant. But right now, we've banished local government to the very back of the queue.
Interesting. Like I told you earlier on, the UDP's candidate in Brikama, Yankuba Dabo, is going to vote at his village, that's Kafuta, and my colleague Modu Gajaga has arrived in Kafuta now. Gajaga, if you can hear me, just give us a brief general overview of the situation in Kafuta at the moment.
Thank you very much, Ali Sise. I will just pick it up from where Mboj was talking about. I was listening basically when he was talking about the general turnout, the importance of the local government election. Well, Ali, you will be disappointed if you are in the field, if you've been to different polling stations. I was thinking the turnout was going to be a little bit moderate, considering looking back just about a month or a month and a half ago when we had the councillor elections, we were talking about how poor the turnout was. So this one, if it is better, then maybe it's just a fraction, a little bit better than the local council elections we held about a few months ago or a month ago. So, Aliu, basically that's the description I can give to you for now. I've been to Brikama Medina polling station. That's where I voted myself.
Okay.
But the turnout wasn't good. Yes, when the polls were open around 8 a.m., we've seen some, at least queues, a little bit. But let's say 1 hour later, it wasn't good enough. So from there also I went to another polling station, Brikama Sanekunda. So that's where one of the independent candidates, Ibrahim J. Sane, voted. There also I can see a little bit a queue, but not a long queue. So people come and vote. In fact, the process is very fast because there are no long queues almost anywhere that we've been to. So currently I'm in Faraba waiting for one of the contestants, Yankuba Dabo, who is contesting for the Brikama Area Council Chairmanship, to vote, and then immediately after the vote we will conduct interviews with him. So basically that's where we are. But generally that's the atmosphere. But it's been peaceful, calm. You know, I've spoken to some people also who said basically that's their assessment of the whole process so far.
You talk about the low voter turnout in Brikama. Is that the case in Kafuta as well? Because that's where the UDP candidate Yankuba is from. So we expect a better turnout in Kafuta. Not a single
queue is here. You know, people come individually and then just go and vote. You know, immediately after they vote, they go back to their various places. So there are no queues anywhere here. So the turnout isn't good at all.
And in terms of security, how is the security situation in Kafuta at the moment, and the other polling stations that you have visited?
Yes, the security situation is good. We've been to several polling stations, and the securities are here, and they make sure that, you know, everything is orderly and things are calm so far. Yeah.
Just briefly in Mandinka, if you can just summarize what you have told us in English.
Exactly. Balaka baka Aliou Cissé ngalo Mamadou Gadiaga mpela le Kafuta sate kono Kafuta sate mu satel de mialo ko Yankuba Dabo ani beto mialo ka be Brikama area council la tiron ni kana be carte fayla jate mela bake bar jannin na Kafuta am polo dat la jamal leto Brikama polo da damen to wala Brikama Medina bantaba carte fay san sangol kabim futata je somanda talalse kabring kate fayo ñing commencé mol findital non demanding bari wo kola safo mondro wata kiligne ñaato dal mo man sia baake so nya jibe kansulo election o keta mam mi baake ba fokan non ko mol la finto ñi mambete ya mol man sia dalilo miya sabu sunkaro la ko fola non demanding fo ya sabu le bang fo wa bari nya jibe sende ni mantra sunkaro kon bari mol la finto ñi dala mantra siare niya jibe fanan tankola karola police wol bijang police intervention unit la police general duties and immigration wol fanan na mol bijanne dinkral beton dara blal minto so akamunda ko tanko bundala wol fanan be karol bela do ko ke kanne anyama aliw ñin tembe na da wala bijang mo man siya carte fay la ñinto
ali on iko kabiri be Brikama Sane Kunda dula melen ko Ibrahima J. Sane independent candidate al carte fay wotal fo inana diamuno bang
je na diamutale
ay mune fo
ana ñine fo ko carte fay ñi le indembo min tabita kan kukele ñim fanam fo ko adabe min fala moliya wala ñinde ko e kayro nin de mo sabatindi carte fay o kanale akata bari Gambia o betla janne so e baaji la ñin carte fay o akata ñaama be banna bari ndol damal le suri jam damal le wuluta so kayro ñin tenku mo so sabatindi aliou yalla nen dol kibar tala gañini kar jamale ke gañini kan kay ko fete di be jikiri gañela la ban ako ñeko ha ente be gañela la ka be jikiri nga fon la ba ka be gañela so ta fo dal no yinte min to tentin dana je sane wala.
Thank you very much, Modu Gajaga, my colleague. They are reporting live from Kafuta in the West Coast region, where the UDP's candidate Yankuba Dabo is going to vote in Kafuta. Actually, that's his native village, Yankuba Dabo. I mean, Mr. Mboch, I mean, it seems some of our reporters are telling us, I mean, the voter turnout is dropping. Whether I don't know what must have been the reason. In the councillors, they were saying Ramadan. this time is on Ramadan.
Yeah,
but like you said, it's still too early to suggest what might be the reason, but maybe around 5 p.m.
And then we said, oh, please don't use the Ramadan as an excuse.
Yeah, indeed.
There are undercurrents, as it were, determining these things. Yes, it's a bit difficult. We know that it's not going to be that high, that much we know. But for now, what you're going to have is, you're going to have people trickling in twos or threes. Perhaps at times you will even have a wave, have a longish queue, but it wouldn't be for long. Once they will all disperse, maybe in the day, would you have 3 or 4 waves? I do not know if you are lucky. So it's a bit too early, really, to know about the turnout. But anecdotally, from what we're hearing, it seems slightly higher than the experiences they had in the ward councillors, but not that much higher. So it will be interesting to see. But we know it's not going to be that high. It's not going to be 50%. Highly unlikely. We're not going to have 50%. Lower.
Interesting. That's more. Watch well. Viewers, you reminded that you are watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station. It is approaching 1 p.m. here in Banjul, and it is election day as Gambians head to the polls to vote for their chairman of the area councils and mayors for the municipality, that's Banjul and KM. I mean, like I said, I mean, we have reporters across the country, I mean, to bring us updates from the different polling stations across the country. I mean, it's quite important elections. I mean, this the final election as far as this electoral cycle is concerned. But then, so far so good. I mean, not much major incidents of issues here and there, aside from the one we received from Banjul regarding the alleged vote buying. But like I said, I mean, we will try to get to our reporters to update us as to what's happening there. And for those following on Q Radio as well on 103.3, and those following on Facebook and YouTube at QTV Gambia, I mean, this is QTV, and we're broadcasting from our studios here on Karaba Avenue. My name is Aliou Cisse, and I'm here with Mr. Mbocha and the entire team to bring you all that you need to know as far as this election is concerned. But it is important that you all go out and vote. This is your right as a Gambian, that you take part in such decision making. At the end of the day, the councils directly deals with you. I mean, your development as a community is highly dependent on these local councils, because it is to them that you are paying your taxes and your rate. So it is important that you go out there and vote. I mean, Mr. Boch, I mean, just to engage you, earlier on, I mean, you had the independent candidate, Pamodu Mbow. I mean, what's your take on what he said?
I just didn't know what to make of it. He was so touchy.
Yeah.
He was just so bad-tempered, talking about stuff that ain't relevant now.
Yeah.
Whatever might have happened yesterday, or what the IEC did or didn't do, that's all gone now. Right now, we're just waiting for voters to come and vote. that's still the angle.
He was trying to question the independence of the IEC. I mean, trying to allege that, at some point NPP, will be at areas where he is supposed to be. But, I mean, the IEC wasn't doing anything about it. He talked about the media. I mean, like I said, I mean, you and I know, I mean, we've invited him several times on a countdown, but the other time he was supposed to come until last minute, and he said he was at a rally. And he said it on the interview that he wouldn't let go his rallies where his supporters are to go for a television interview.
No, you see the contradiction in many
so
ways, really, that's it. So by saying that he was not invited, he didn't say the other part, that I was invited in some others, in some platforms, but I couldn't go, because of such a way. Aliou, some of these candidates, you wonder why they bother to contest. Because to me now, everything that he said, not very relevant really, made assertions and didn't substantiate anything. So I really do not know the credibility, as it were, the validity of what he was saying. Now what is important is for people to come out and vote. If the IEC did anything broke the law, or any protocol, then there are appropriate authorities where he can pursue that sort of thing. But today, we're just worried about the number of voters, the voter turnout, people who will come out doing it peacefully, and then we can continue with our lives.
And when you look at Brikama, where you have the highest number of contestants, I mean, the race is between who and who?
Oh, that one's been decided between the CDCC and Yankuba Dabo, and you know there is no incumbent. Exactly. Funnily enough.
Exactly. Like I said earlier on, I mean, we now have a correspondent in LRR, Bakari Balde, on the line. Bakari, good afternoon. I mean, welcome to the program. I mean, where exactly in LRR are you at the moment, and what is the situation like there? Okay, we've lost that connection. We will try to rebuild a connection with Bakari Balde, our correspondent in Lower River region, just to update as to what is happening in the Lower River region, where we have only two candidates. That's Keba Dem of the National People's Party and Landing Bisane of UDP. Let's now go with this video of Ahmed Jites in Kitty after he has cast his vote. Let's take a watch.
Finally, Mr. Aliu, I'm right here in Kitty in the West Coast region where Ahmed Jite, an independent candidate, will be casting his vote. So far, when we came, the environment looks very quiet and very peaceful, and also the presiding officers that we spoke to highlighted that the process has been going on smoothly since 8 o'clock in the morning. They have made sure that they started the process on time, and people are coming out in their numbers to cast their votes. So far, they have not encountered any problem with regards to the voting system going on here in Kitty in the West Coast region. Also, we have seen people coming in their groups or in their numbers to cast their votes, and so far it seems to be quite impressive according to some of the presiding officers that we interacted with. And you know, to compare this to the previous elections, according to them, they are hopeful of a huge turnout this time around compared to the councillors elections. But as we go, we will be giving you more detail, and we will be giving you more developments as it unfolds here in Kitty in the West Coast region. Ahmed Jite will be in from any time to cast his vote, and behind me is stream 2 where he is expected to cast his vote. So we'll be right here to wait for Ahmed Jite. After casting his vote, we will engage him on some of the things and his expectations towards the elections. So far, this is what is happening right here in Kitty. Thank you very much, Ali.
Helping us reach out to people that will otherwise not be able to know what we have for them. Through your media, we've been able to reach out to people in their houses. We've campaigned, we've told people what we have, and we've conducted ourselves in a very friendly and in accordance with the law. So I am very fulfilled. I'm happy that I participated in this process.
How was the...
you have called West Coast region, telling people the intention that you have for the people of West Coast region. With regard to your perception, your chances of winning, has anything changed prior to the campaign and now after the campaign?
I am more optimistic today than ever before. When we are coming in, you knew what happened. I knew that there were some issues within the party that I was supposed to run for, but what ended up happening, we were not prepared for that, like the undemocratic behavior that was done by my party, I would say the former party. Is something we were not prepared of. So it took us some time to adjust. And as of Thursday, I believe this is going to be my seat by the grace of God. So I'm very optimistic today.
So you have any advice you have for your electors or supporters?
Well, I mean, we've come to the finishing line, and We've, campaigned, we sold our ideas, we organized rallies and caravans very peacefully. Go and vote. It's your right, but it's also a factor that determines what happens in your region for the next 4 years. So not voting means you're not interested in the development of your region. You don't want to have pipe-borne waters in the villages. You don't want the gardens of women to be fenced, your own mothers or your sons. You don't want to have scholarships to go to university. You don't want the $30 million annual project for you as youth. So if you don't vote, you don't want development. So I believe you should all vote.
That's Ahmed Jitedea, independent candidate in the West Coast region, taking to the press shortly after he has cast his vote at his home village of Kiti in the West Coast region. We now move to Mansakonko, where our regional correspondent Bakari Bande is on the line now. Bakari, where exactly in LRR are you at the moment, and what is the general situation there?
Thank you very much, Ali, for having me. I am around Yara Central in Jarandere.
Okay.
So the voter turnout here is very low, and the information I got from other people, they said this is across the the region. So according to the returning officer, Mr. Jadama, there are 103 polling stations and 103 presiding officers, 103 assistant presiding officers, and 59 polling assistants, and we have 206 police officers that are deployed, to various polling stations across the country, across the region rather. So, but the voter turnout in this area is very low. So I just got information from one of my colleagues around Sonia Taba. He said all that area, equally there's a low voter turnout. So I don't know what's the problem. One of the voters that I spoke to said, because people said they are tired of, voting. For almost 2 years they have been voting, and they cannot keep on voting all the time. Even whereas there was rigorous, campaign, to sensitize communities so that they will come out in their large numbers to, cast their votes. So currently this is the situation here.
And you're talking about the low voter to turnout, but in terms of the security situation there, how is it like?
Yes, the place is very calm. The security is, in control. Nothing absolutely happening here that, warranted any disorder. So everything is going normal as planned.
Just briefly, if you can just summarize what you have just told us here in Mandinka and Fula as well.
Ajarama Aliou doni ko hede jalambere nimbomi hande ko chairmanship election o wona hedo e tunduma sa konko do non si latni ma han wedotobe carte be e puntani no be foti puntirde ni campaign ji mbadi NPP yo UDP ko ka en darni do candidate ji wotte dargo me candidate dum hadani yimbe be puntide kulle be boda carte de so doni wodi be lambini be mbi ay yimɓe puntani an ɓe mbi ɓe ngoodi weddagol carte duuɓi ɗiɗi fayda ɓenen beddo carte so toujours weddagol carte yimɓe hewɓe enin kombo ɓe mbawani arde so duuɓi ɗiɗi weddagol carte ka en ngoodi ɗum so tawi ɗum watte lawol gotol huuɓa ɗum ɓuranta ɗumen fayda woni duuɓi lebbi tati lebbi ɗiɗi kala wiye yeehe mbote carte so ɗoni situation o ko non woni so polling station ji gonɗi he leydi heeɗi ɗoni tunduma so konko ɗo yehi ha temedere he tati polling staff ji ɗi naɓaɗi e o dulaji yehi ha polling staff ji yahanima ha woni presiding officers yahanima ha ka en temedere e tati assistant presiding also temedere e tati polling assistant capanɗe joyyi e jeenayyi police officers ji ɗi naɓaɗi he dulaɗi kala ɓe jahanima temeɗe ɗiɗi e jeegom so ɗoni carte ɗe ɗi bedde yimɓe ɓe puntani siko hunde puntani ko gandananta e jayi ko polisaɓe ɓe taw wono kata en ni wono seedani hay fof fayda puntani ɗo yimɓe ɓe gara e beddo carte ɓe kota galle maɓɓe e galleji maɓɓe ok Aliou abarka bake ñing watimɓe jalambere mafan e jara central niyaji ɓe jam mafan mi region o to jam the voter turnout wala mo mun nyanta ngala ka carte fay ko nyin am mol jamal man funti dal niaji be councilorship ani presidential election najibe to nyin sulo nyin gana kitale pour mo mun nyanta ngala ka carte fay so niaji be IEC la returning officer Mr. Jadama ako polling station mun be nyiri jono atata fo kemenin saba polling presiding officer sol atata kemenin saba assistant presiding officer Mr. Madulato atata kemenin saba polling assistant wolfan tata kemelulu atata tan lulu ani kononto so police officer sol Mr. Madulato woltata fo mo kemapulani woro so ne ajibe ndo wato mun kono teng mol bina kanne ibela kato fay kanne ibe say kan femma wul mu yalon ko ajata ka mo arrest o ajata ka mo fenke so kol nyim bita ka nyamale so ni aji be campaign to kol ketale bat mol mankunte a nyama ni area to nga prendo fanan soto to nya tama ma ko wolon jara west ma ko wo fanan nata fonyo ko jema fang mo fanan mankunte so ni aji be mol la funti balia bilinga modol nyininka iko itel batata carte faolale ni aji be sanji fula ibe carte fa kan so ibatata le dal ka carte fa all the time so manza kongo commandant banko kan wolbe wala nyama sainten
Baraka Bake Bakari Balde, that's Bakari Balde, our correspondent in Lower River region, currently in Jalangbere, which is in the Jara Central district of the Lower River region. Mr. Mboch, you have heard from our correspondent, talking about what he sees as a low voter turnout at the time of his visit to the area. According to him, one of the reasons given by one of the voters is that, they are tired of voting. They have been voting since 2021.
Voter fatigue.
Yeah.
They are tired of it.
Yeah.
That is why some people, for instance, D.A. Jawo, they've suggested that instead of having presidential, national assembly, why can't we have it a single day?
Yeah.
It will actually, because of the presidential elections, we tend to get high turnout.
Yeah.
That will possibly boost the turnout of councils and National Assembly and the like. Maybe that's food for thought. Maybe they'll do it later. But for now, with this councillors on the mayoral and chairmanship elections, well, it's low.
Do we
so
have the
we are not
capacity at the
surprised.
moment? Does the IEC have the capacity at the moment to be able to do that?
When I'm faced with a situation, I try to get a solution, yes? So we know that if we want to take care of the turnout, maybe this will help. Now, if you come back and tell me that I do not have the capacity, I say accept it. But the outcome you want, we're not going to get it. So it's either, fine. So how do we find the capacity? So it's never enough to say we don't have capacity this or we don't have that. Okay, granted. But how do I mobilize it? How do I get it? Surely that must be the thinking. Otherwise, we'll never do anything because anywhere you touch, there's no capacity.
Interesting. I say interesting. Well, viewers, just to remind you once again, it is election day here in the Gambia. Gambians are voting for the area council chairman and, of course, mayors for the municipalities, that's Banjul and KM and QTV. We are here to bring you a live broadcast of what is happening across the country and also airing this thing on Q Radio on 103.3 and also streaming live on Facebook and YouTube at QTV Gambia. I'm here with Mr. Motumbuch. We have our correspondents across the country. Like I said earlier on, you had Bakari Bande, who is our correspondent in the Lower River region. We will also try to speak to Don Williams, who is in Kerawan, and of course Ibrahim Jallo in Janjambure and Alaji Eb Jallo. You've heard from Alaji earlier on from Diabugu Batapa, where the NPP's candidate Muhammad Sise is voted earlier on. My colleagues are Moud Gajaga, Antuman Iso Nyasi, Loli Kamara, Jena Basonko, Ibrahim Bande, Julden Njai, all out in the field just to update us as to what is happening as people head to the polling stations to vote, which is very important. Just to remind you once again, voting opens at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m. But in the event you are in the queue at the time of at 5 p.m. then they will allow you to vote. But that doesn't mean you have to sit in your house until last minute and then you want to go and vote. But also make sure when you are going, you go with your voter's card, your Gambian voter's card. and then where you register is where you should vote. For example, you cannot register in Nyomi and then you want to go and vote in Jara. That's not allowed. And also, the counting is on the spot immediately when the polling stations are closed. I mean, the votes will be counted in the presence of the agents of the candidates and the IC officials before, of course, observers as well, before it is the results are finally validated and, of course, sent to the IC head office for official announcement. And also, as you go to vote, I mean, you are required not to put on any party color or campaign. Today is not a day for campaign. Today is a day just for people to go and vote. The candidates have done all the talking. Now it's those who are voting to exercise their rights and vote for who they think is the best candidate as far as, I mean, these elections is concerned. Just once again to remind you, I mean, you're watching QTV and we are broadcasting from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. My name is Ali Sisi. Okay. Okay. We will try to get. Okay, those are images live from Janjambure, sent by our correspondent Ibrahim Jallo. Those are some of the images from Janjambure sent by our correspondent. But Mr. Mboj, in the event of a low voter turnout, who stand to win? Who stand to benefit more from a low voter turnout? The candidate who's...
That's an interesting one. The last time we spoke to Dr. Ismail Sisi, I think I spoke to him about it. Then he said to me, we expect that when there's a high voter turnout, it will benefit, particularly in the context of Brikama, I think. Yeah. High voter turnout will benefit the NPP candidate. Yeah. Low voter turnout will possibly benefit Dabo. Yeah. But again, there's the dark horse in Brikama Area Council, GT. Yeah. They were just watching him there. Exactly. So it will be quite interesting how that one works out. There's sort of three-horse race, essentially, because GT, with the NPP, there he was talking about the undemocratic primaries, I think he called it. So how much would he damage the NPP candidate? Now that would be fascinating to know.
And the independent candidate, Ibrahim J.S. Sani?
I'm not sure what the independent candidates will do here, to be quite honest.
I mean, the candidate who is contesting under the North Alliance movement. That's the James faction of the APRC.
Absolutely. Of course, they've got their hardcore followers, but I'm not sure whether they can win a region. I'm not sure whether they can win the council. And then which parties, which candidates will they damage? The votes going to them could have gone to somebody else who's got a realistic chance. So what damage would they do to the main contenders? That would be fascinating to know as well.
It's going to be interesting anyway. But I mean, like you said, I mean, when you look at the trends, I mean, low voter turnout, this has always been the case when it comes to local government elections. But I mean, this is an election that many, especially for me, I had the expectation that the turnout will be great. But like you said, I mean, it's still too early to conclude. I mean, what percentage is going to be the turnout. But aside from that, I mean, what other factor do you think could be responsible for people not just wanting to come out and vote?
They don't say that it's worth it. It's not worth it, for them to waste their time to go and vote. It doesn't matter what difference will it make to in their lives. You know what I mean? This is how people calculate. Is it in my interest to get up and go and vote? You see, we keep saying that we call it voter apathy, but let's go into some of the factors that would cause people to be apathetic about these things. We all know the importance of it. It's at the grassroots. It's going to give you it should provide certain services in your homes, but people think that these people, they don't. They are not relevant. They don't bring in anything. So why should I get up and vote? So how do we make local government relevant? for people to see that if I do not get up and vote, I will suffer the consequences. Whether they vote or they don't, the situation has not changed. That's why they don't. You just heard one of our correspondents telling us about voter fatigue. Oh, we've been voting all these years. We are tired of it. So people have their reasons for staying away.
So in this case, how much of an influence does the mayor or the chairman has in council?
Now,
at the end of the day, the decision is taken by the councillors.
That's an interesting one. Leadership. It is always the mayor or the chairman who is the leader, who can direct, as it were, where the council goes, who can direct performance, achievement, programs. So maybe it depends on the dynamism of the leader to see where council goes, how council will perform. I think that's the importance of a leader.
Okay. But I mean, when you look at the figures, for example, in the last elections, you know, we had a bigger figure as far as both KM and Banjul are concerned, but we're seeing that it's dropping. The candidates, the number of candidates in the last mayoral elections. I mean, it seems in Banjul we had almost like 6, 7, 8. The figure has dropped. Now we have only 2. In KM, the same issue. Is it that I mean people are losing interest in?
It's expensive. Where would you get the money? The campaign? Would you get the people to come and follow you? I mean, one is just being realistic here. They can't afford it. You can't do that. So they will stop running. They're wasting their time, wasting their money. That's the reason why you're not going to go anywhere.
And like I said, it's just approaching 2 p.m. here, and we just have a couple of hours before polling stations close. How do we get people to come out and vote?
They wouldn't. I'm not sure how anybody can do that. They wouldn't. People are not sufficiently motivated to get up and vote. And nothing we say or do is going to make any difference. I mean, all that pious talk, you know, appealing to their sense of morality, sense of patriotism, sense of responsibility, and all the rest of it. I think people have a much more materialistic measure of what is worth their time, much more than all of these moralistic appeals. I doubt if anybody really listens to these things, really.
Civic education, do you think they have any role in this?
Civic education, what does that mean? I'm not sure whether people act on this or that, depending on whether they have knowledge. A lot of people will tell you it's more patriotic to go and vote, but whether they will get up and go and vote is a different thing. Knowing what I should do is one thing. Having the character to do it is quite another. So I'm not sure whether it necessarily follows. We tend to think that people don't do the right thing because they lack information. I disagree with that. I may have the information and yet I don't want to go. We see it all over the world. The French elections happened not that long ago. A lot of people decided to stay at home. That is a form of political protest. Sometimes staying at home is a form of political protest.
Against the incumbent or the opponent?
The whole system. I may think that the whole system is rigged, so why should I bother? You know? So it could be against whoever, but for whatever reason, people around the world, sometimes in order to show their political displeasure, will just decide to stay at home. I'm not going to vote. And we see it all over the world, not just in this country. So this is what it is.
Well, it's interesting. But anyway, I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at, I mean, the issue of low voter turnout, for example, you in an area where you have like 100,000 registered voters and perhaps only 10,000 came out to vote.
Yes, there's hardly any legitimacy.
Yeah.
But this is the beauty, I think, of first past the post. There's no 50+1. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Even if you have 5% turnout, fine. Let's move on. So maybe political scientists, maybe researchers, maybe whoever, we ought to look into this again and see how we can make it more relevant. I think that is really the key. If people saw the relevance in it, then they will go out on board. If people saw the fact that this will make a huge difference, the difference factor, then they will come out and vote. For some reason, during the presidential, people thought that that mattered. 89% of the registered voters came out. Why is that? So we must go into these things. And then with the National Assembly elections, it dropped to 51. Why is it that with the presidential, people came out? Why is it with the councillors, mayors, they don't come out as much? And in trying to answer that, then we may perhaps get clues as to how we can make a difference really with these elections to get good voter turnout.
And in terms of the political parties, the leadership, do they have any role?
Oh, massive. It's just that with us. You see, a political party, I think I should present myself as an attractive alternative with an attractive prospectus, not simply coming with my menu of complaints, all the time complaining about this, that, and the other, and yet I do not have a program. I have asked a member of a party here and said, do you have something like a shadow cabinet? If I want to discuss environmental issues, is there anybody, an expert you have within your team that I can go to? Be it health, be it education, and all of these areas, but you find that I constantly have to go to the leader all the time, always go to the leader. So you are not really ready to be in government. A good number of them. There's no shadow cabinet, no shadow roles. It's everything revolves around the leader. So we create this cult, this personality cult. It's all about the leader. So when the leader goes, the party dies.
And that's a problem for most of these political parties.
Oh, absolutely. They're not, well, from what I can gather, their organizational structure, I think you are not ready to present us with a credible alternative. So that is an issue. But again, to have to keep a shadow cabinet, if you like, I think in Britain they pay their shadow cabinets, the state will pay, but here we don't. It's so expensive. Where would you get the money to keep going, having programs and projects throughout the cycle, the electoral cycle, 5 years? You just can't afford it. It's not sustainable for opposition parties to be like that. It's not going to happen. So, and that's not very good for our democracy, because I want a strong opposition. That is the lifeblood of a democracy, a strong opposition. Consensus kills democracy. Consensus, to my mind, is unhealthy. Even though a lot of people love it, I don't. I like a proper, strong thought play, you know, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. That's the way we can really combine together different elements and come up with a better solution. So we are in trouble here for a while. There are certain deficits in our democracy, Ali, I have to say. So the opposition parties must have to raise their game in many ways.
Yeah, I'm meant to understand one of our reporters is also on the line now to give us an up to speed. Where exactly are you, and what can you tell us from where you are?
Right now, I just at the senior school polling station, at the Farafeni Senior School polling station. I'm heading for another polling station now.
Okay.
Farafeni.
Okay, Don Williams, how is it turned out in Farafeni?
Yes, Ali, thank you. This morning, the turnout was very discouraging, actually. The turnout was not the way people expect. It was very, very low. And
in terms of the security, how is the security situation there across the polling station that you visited? I mean, was it important as well?
The security personnel are present, and then they are taking care of anything that arguments or whatever, anything anybody wants to come up with, they handle the situation, but the security are there.
So were you able to speak to some of the candidates? And if yes, I mean, what have they been telling you?
Yes, actually, I've been able to speak to Papa Tukara of NPP, the candidate for NPP. I spoke to him, and then what he said is in a very jubilant mood, I would say, or very happy, optimistic that he is going to win, and then come towards the end of the day that he will be victorious.
And the electorates, what have they been telling you, the voters here, I mean?
Some of the electorates, what some of them are saying here is that the turnout is low for now, but hopefully maybe people may come out again after the launch period. But what some of them were saying that this election, the elections were too many. They say in future they should make it at least two, either the presidential election and then this election in local government election and parliamentary election should be combined together, so that because it seems as if people seem to elections become very monotonous to them. So every now and then election. So they are saying that it is to be better if they change it to be together.
Thank you very much, Don Williams. That's Don Williams, our regional correspondent in the North Bank region. They are reporting live from Farafene, the commercial town of the North Bank region. Thank you so much, Don Williams, for being on the program. And Mr. Mbuch, same issue.
Yes.
It's the same issue.
No, the fatigue.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? They call it voter fatigue. So this is the key. Maybe after this cycle, we will revisit this area and see how we can tweak, as it were, the structures in place to make it more relevant, more appealing for people to go out and vote.
And interesting. Well, viewers, I mean, you remember you're still watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Canada. My name is Aliu Sise, and we are also broadcasting from across the country, where we have our reporters bringing us up to speed as what is happening as far as today's election is concerned. We will go with a short break, and when we return, the broadcast continues. Do stay tuned.